What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms.
And global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sonal, a senior software engineer, and this is her team's project on GitHub. Sonal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. Pretty cool. Seeing all the work that people do on GitHub is always the most inspiring thing about Universe. But hey, Stormy, what else has been happening?
Good morning, Universe. Wow, it feels great to be back in person. And to those of you joining us online, I hope to see you in person soon. I'm Stormy Peters, and I'm VP of Communities at GitHub. But most importantly, I'm a developer who believes in changing the world. You, me, and everyone joining online, we're here because we understand the power of open source. We believe in its ability to change lives and shape the future. And we believe in the impact that we can create together as a community. I remember the early days of open source. Maybe you do too. We didn't always have so many people who believed in this way of working. 20 years ago, I was sitting in a standards meeting for HP when I realized that all of us, everyone sitting at the table, was working on the exact same thing. Different implementations of the same functionality. And I thought, there has got to be a better way, a more efficient way of doing things. And it turns out there was. That's when I discovered open source software, specifically the GNOME project. I just had to convince our leadership that it was safe to use. I had to convince them in the early adoption stages that this collaboration model was actually better, that developers working together provided better results for everyone. I convinced my company, and that launched my career, introduced me to a ton of awesome people, and I've been in love with the open source software community ever since. Fast forward to this very moment, and what we always dreamed of as a community is now actually happening. There's great trust in open source, and the code we're building is powering the people and infrastructure behind some of the greatest innovations of our time. Because of open source, We now have images of the black hole and the code to further its exploration. Because of open source, tools like Copilot and Hey GitHub are breaking barriers and expanding who gets to be a developer. It gives them access to development environments and even writes code for them. Because of open source, companies like Glia are helping create 3D prints of stethoscopes and face masks that provide affordable equipment for medical professionals around the world. Because of each of you, we're changing the world one line of code at a time. Yeah. Open source has achieved all this and will continue to help humanity make great strides of progress because it's more available to everyone. Tools like Codespaces bring the development environment to almost anyone, anywhere, from your desktop to your local library. For example, a student in Uganda can take their development environment from the school to their cousin's computer to the coffee shop, learning to code wherever possible. Projects like GitHub Education are onboarding people to the world of open source, empowering students everywhere who want to become developers. This low barrier to entry means people from every corner of the world, from different socioeconomic backgrounds, can participate in some of the greatest achievements in history. People like you, me, and everyone online can be parts of moments much larger than ourselves. Today, I want to celebrate all the success we have helped achieve as a community and to inspire us to keep building, keep changing lives, and keep changing the world together. Today, more than 100 million people are fleeing war and persecution, pursuing freedom, protection, and the rights we all deserve. The war in Ukraine is a harsh reminder of deep-rooted division. However, in the midst of tragedy, we've gotten small reminders of what happens when we all come together. Mothers are leaving strollers at the border. People are offering housing. This type of collaboration, humanity coming together during the darkest hours, also takes place in technology. While not always visible, open source is making a difference in lives around the world. Organizations like the Norwegian Refugee Council are protecting and supporting millions displaced by the war in Ukraine, and they're using open source software to do it. Last year, our social impact team partnered with the NRC to help solve some information security issues and protect the personal data of people forced to flee. Little did we know how timely this collaboration was. Let's take a look at how the NRC is powering life-saving solutions and bringing hope to those who need it most.
The NRC, or the Norwegian Refugee Council, is an independent humanitarian organization that works to respond to the needs of those forced to flee, usually conflict and persecution. And over time, we help them rebuild their future in a new way. We do it in 35 countries. And then, of course, the big response right now and the big focus is on Ukraine. A number of years ago, we decided to build a team inside of NRC that sort of broke the tradition of we need something, let's go out and tender for it, let's go out and buy it. But we believe that there were problems that we need to solve that the private sector and the tech companies that build the private sector don't usually do this. And so we built what we call a D team, a developer team. We based it in Berlin, although now it's expanding. The way we see it gives us a lot of flexibility and freedom, gives us granularity of control. So without the open source community, we would be missing the freedom and the ability to meet our needs from our perspective and devise solutions that are true to how we work and how we think and how we prioritize needs. Another great potential for the open source approach is that we can not just replicate this, but open it up for others. But often they are very resource constrained. And so they would never have a development team in-house. They would never have the ability to even buy proprietary software at scale. So how about NRC develop solutions that then can be opened up to the international humanitarian community? The work that we do is really about people. Let's not forget that. We work with displaced populations, with refugees, people on the move, people trying to find for them and their kids a better life, a better future. And very often these people will end up in our communities. I think it starts there for us as individuals, to have that open eye in our communities. I think that's where it starts. Then, of course, if you want to help organizations like NRC, please do it. We always can do with more funding, with more partnerships, with more brainpower. But I think we all have a role to play in our communities, and that's where I would start. That openness to those who are different, to those who don't speak our language, to those who went through incredible journeys that we can't even imagine to get to where they are. And they are strangers, they don't know anybody. So a warm smile, offering help to somebody who is in need, even answering somebody's question who doesn't speak your language in your community. I think that those are important things that we shouldn't forget.
So please join me in welcoming Ben from the NRC to the stage. Hi, Ben. It's great to have you here today.
Hi, Stormy. Thanks for having me today.
We just saw a great video of the work the NRC does from Pietro. Can you tell us about your role at the NRC?
Yeah, so I'm a software developer at the NRC. I joined NRC because I spent my years building up my engineering skills, and I wanted to use those skills to help make the world a better place. At NRC, I work on our internal development team, where we build our critical systems, as well as helping to foster strong engineering practices across the organization. As well as this, we often assist with emergency response work, and this is where I'm spending a lot of my time at the minute, helping our cash distribution team in Ukraine.
So you're giving cash from people that volunteered money to those that need it in Ukraine. That is so awesome. Can you tell us what's different about Ukraine than other projects that you've worked on in the past?
Yeah, so one of the key methods of aid used by NRC and other humanitarian organizations is cash-based intervention. With cash-based intervention, we're actually directly giving money to displaced populations rather than providing the services ourselves. This allows us to help stimulate local economies and provides a certain level of dignity to people going through an incredibly difficult period in their lives. Typically, when we provide this aid, we're connecting with people face-to-face and actually giving them the cash, but we've done things a little differently in Ukraine. The interesting thing with Ukraine is the community is a high level of digital literacy. Because of this, we've deployed a two-way communication system called the Digital Communities Hub. With this, we partnered with WhatsApp and Twilio to allow beneficiaries to register via WhatsApp. With this method of communication, we've managed to reach far more people than we ever could before, as well as reaching communities in hard-to-reach areas, such as regions controlled by Russia. It's really this method of communication and the scale of the operation that sets our work in Ukraine apart from previous efforts around the world.
Yeah, I think this level of digital literacy that you talk about actually means that a lot of us in the room know people affected by Ukraine because they have a strong open source software community. Can you tell me about some of the challenges that you're experiencing right now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, war moves fast, and this has meant we've had to move very fast too. We didn't really have the time to build this perfect end-to-end automated system from day one. The initial problem we really faced was the scale of the data coming in. It surpassed the capabilities of our existing tools like Excel. So when we did this first round of cache distribution, I was running some Python scripts just sitting on my laptop. It was really hacky, really rough around the edges. But by doing it this way, we cut weeks off the time taken to provide aid, meaning people had food and shelter faster than they would have otherwise. Once we had a little bit more time on our hands, we were able to iterate on this process and build out a more secure, scalable system that processed data in real time. Today, we're still facing a lot of these problems. Delivering aid in these situations is never easy, and it never will be easy. We want to automate more of the processes our staff are working on so that we can alleviate their time to focus on key problems, as well as integrating more data into the system. All of this is being done with very limited resources, and this is why we rely heavily on the open source community, as well as partner organizations like yourselves at GitHub.
So I'm sure everyone in the room would love to hear more about how open source helps. Can you tell us about some of the tools and technologies that you use?
Yes, definitely. We have 3 key modules to our system. On one end, we have our data collection tools. As I mentioned, this is using WhatsApp and Twilio, processed over 60 million messages through these platforms. On the other end, we have our cash distribution partners, such as Red Rose and MoneyGram. This is how we actually get the aid out to communities. But to bring this all together, we've built an automated data pipeline. For this, we've primarily been using Python because the open source community behind Python is just incredible. And it's really become the standard for data engineering these days.
The Python community is great.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Like, we've been using libraries like Pandas to clean, score, and evaluate our data at the scale we need. And then when it came to deploying it, we used an open source data orchestration platform called Dagster. This allowed us to schedule, monitor, and automate our pipeline in a reproducible environment. After this, our staff needed to actually interact with the data. So we partnered with an open source CRM tool called Corteza. With Corteza, we're able to model our data, gain insights into it, and codify some of our business processes in their low-code workflow to then integrate with the cache distribution partners. Outside of this, there was one other tool that was particularly, honestly, life-changing for me, and this is GitHub Copilot. We've heard a lot about it this week, and it literally was the second developer sitting next to me. As I mentioned before, we've been massively underfunded for this project. We didn't have the engineering capacity to run this kind of thing. So having Copilot with me really helped me increase my velocity. By focusing on the architecture of the system and not the syntax of a for loop, I could really spend my time where it was most needed, and I just kept pressing tab for the rest.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it helped. I'm glad to hear it helped you and the folks in Ukraine. So I'm sure people here are happy to hear that they've already helped with the crisis in some way through the open source software that they've developed. How could we help more?
Yeah, so there's a few ways people can help. With Ukraine specifically, donations are at the core of what we do. They provide food for people, they provide shelter for people, but they also fund our internal development efforts like we've been talking about today. Everything I've spoke about today is being built purely by caffeine. So if you'd like to buy me a coffee or two, there's a QR code behind me, and that will take you to our donations page in Ukraine. We're also hiring for a lot of roles in Ukraine, so if you'd like to get more directly involved with the team, please check out the NRC careers page, and hopefully you'll find a role that matches your skill set. But the thing is, the crisis in Ukraine isn't the only crisis happening in the world right now. It's not the first, and it's definitely not going to be the last. What we need is help from you during peacetime. If we can build these solutions during peacetime, we can be ready for the next crisis on day one and provide aid as soon as possible. Outside of this, if there's any individuals out here today or any organizations who think they can help in any way whatsoever, please just reach out to me personally, and I'll make sure your resources are used in the most effective way possible.
So thanks, Ben. You heard, buy him a coffee if you see him around. Thank you for all your work on the open source software that has supported this effort and helped people fleeing from Ukraine. And please continue to do great work on open source software. Thanks, Ben, so much for sharing the story and for the great work you've done.
Thanks, Stormy. Thanks, everyone.
COVID is now a lived reality. But for a moment, let's think about the very beginning of the pandemic. Who knew where we would end up? There were empty shelves and streets, packed hospitals, and millions of lives changed forever. Every day, our eyes were glued to the phone, waiting for the latest update or any new data or breakthrough. While we were grappling with the pandemic, countries and their governments looked to the World Health Organization. And during one of the most pressing health crises of our time, the World Health Organization looked to open source. At the height of the pandemic, the agency used open source software to build tools, fill information gaps between countries and governments. You can imagine how important that was and still is as we continue to navigate COVID. Earlier this year, the World Health Organization launched an open source program office, the very first to be created in the United Nations system. With this office, the organization is creating global communities, contributing back to science, and building models that scale open source across public health. Joining me today is Samuel Mambuthia, who is leading this work at the World Health Organization. Please join me in welcoming Sam to the stage. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
So you're now running the open source program office at the World Health Organization.
That's right.
Can you tell us a little bit about the career path that gets you there? I'm sure people would be interested in learning.
Yeah, sure. So I started off as a developer in Kenya, using open source libraries, open source frameworks to build different things. And it was a great experience for me to have these tools that were built by other people that I could use to make my work better, to save on time, and so on. Later, I joined a nonprofit called Medic Mobile. And this is an organization that builds tools for health workers in hard-to-reach areas in Kenya, across Africa, and some parts of Asia. And through this process of building tools, I got to be at the forefront of building a community of practice, an open source community of practice around the platform that we were developing. And so that's basically how I got here.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like you've had some experience with open source software in the health industry. Can you tell us more about how you see open source software helping the health industry, or what that looks like?
Yeah, so I think there are a few areas that you could look at, a few examples that I could use when talking about something like that. One is the tools that we're building for community health workers in Kenya and in Africa. Were a lot of them that are built using open source software can be scaled very easily because there are so many other organizations that can take those same tools and build the same applications in different places. And then the other area is with organizations that focus on health, they may not have the technical teams, like the large technical teams that would normally be in big tech companies. And because of that, they're able to leverage open source communities to build and make the tools and software better and have them have the great impact that they're having right now.
That's awesome to hear. I know you're new in your role, just a couple months, right?
Yes.
But can you tell us about what you'll be doing and what you see the Open Source Program Office doing?
Yeah. Well, the first 2 months have been just trying to find my bearing, trying to understand the organization. It's a huge organization with a lot of complex things happening, a lot of policies, a lot of things that in some ways could restrict open source. But we're looking at having ways of opening things up, having a culture shift from this closed, somewhat away from open source culture to something that opens up to collaborating with other organizations, collaborating with other institutions to work together on software. So this has happened in the past with COVID. There were open source tools that were developed. Moving forward, we have the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence that focuses on collaborative intelligence. And a lot of this is going to be anchored on open source tools, open source softwares, and open source communities. Very
cool. And why, you talked a little bit about the benefits of open source early in your career, but why open source now? Like, how is it helping in the health industry? And do you think what you're doing at the World Health Organization will set an example for other health agencies? Yeah, that's a good question. In some research that was done, I think last year with GitHub Tech for Social Good team, the open source was seen as a key thing in reducing duplicative efforts in health software, particularly in public health. And with open source, then you don't need to create something that's already been created. You can take something that's out there and use it fairly quickly to get something to respond to a health emergency. And so having these ways of working together as a global community and as open source communities then makes it faster to respond to health emergencies. There are other initiatives that are being set up to work together. One is on using open internet sources to try and detect the next pandemic before it happens. Very cool. And we need more tools to make this better. Things like detecting the authenticity of the information that's out there. There's a lot of fake news and a lot of other things that could be noise and would not be able to tell you when the next pandemic is happening. But if we have the right people working on tools to make this better, then we have a way to hopefully detect the next pandemic before it happens or very early in the pandemic so that we can stop the harmful effects before they get too bad. We would all love to see that, I'm sure. I know that like when COVID first hit, a lot of people in the room started trying to help because we saw a huge uptick in open source software projects that were trying to find solutions to COVID, trying to parse the data like you said and share it. What could we do now if we wanted to help?
Yeah, I think right now we have the different open source projects, open source communities that we're trying to set up, and we need everyone who's interested or anyone who's interested to express that interest, and so that we can understand how we can bring people on board. We can have institutions, organizations working together with us on this, and it's a matter of reaching out. We have a GitHub discussions board where we're trying to get people to express their interest, share their stories, talk to us about what they feel like they can participate in. And I'm there, and a few other people are there to just direct you to the right people, direct you to the right projects, and help us work together on these tools.
It's awesome you have GitHub discussions going for this. I look forward to joining you there, but what organization would I go to? Where do I go to find it?
Oh, yeah. So it's the World Health Organization GitHub repository or GitHub account. And right at the top, we have an open source communication channel that's pinned right up there. So that's the repository you go to, and we have the discussions both there. So we're not using the organization discussions, just
launched?
Yeah, launched, and we're just trying to get things a bit orderly before we move on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, awesome. Thanks so much for the work you've done, and thanks for sharing your story with all of us. Hopefully we'll join you there.
Yeah,
thank
you. Thank you so much for having me.
In times of crisis, we turn to entertainment and escapism, some way to transport to another space, time, and even dimension. One of my first experiences in open source was setting up large Linux clusters for animated film development, before many knew what Linux was. Now open source is powering the worlds of our most beloved superheroes. Imagine Spider-Man swinging across New York City, or Doctor Strange opening mystical portals to different dimensions, or Neo rediscovering the truth of the Matrix. Open source is bringing some of the most iconic cinematic moments to life. And these companies are coming together to build open source software solutions for animation and visual effects in organizations like the Academy Software Foundation. Engineers at leading production studios like Marvel and Pixar rely on ASF's open source software projects to bring some of our favorite movies to life. With open source, we're seeing developers at competing studios collaborate on the software that's fueling not just our favorite characters, but the next wave of cinema.
I'm Rachel Rose. I'm an R&D supervisor at Industrial Light and Magic. At a place like ILM, research and development, or R&D, is the group that is responsible for creating tools that our artists use to bring amazing images to the big screen. Many people are very surprised that we use code so much in the work that gets done on a day-to-day basis. If you were to just watch a movie, what you see are images and you're not seeing the code that sits behind it. As an industry, we rely on a lot of different applications. So we might do lighting in one tool and animation in another tool, or digital modeling in another tool. But when you're done, you need to bring it all together. Different studios started open sourcing because they saw the value that it would bring to their own organization by having other places and other applications that were using those standards so that we would be able to exchange data. The ASWF is a foundation that was put together so that we could make both the quality and quantity of open source contributions better for our industry. It's a home for many of the most well-used open source projects within the industry. And by having open source projects, it makes it a lot easier for us to be able to share and collaborate. It has a huge impact on what we're able to do within the open source community. One of the pieces of technology that I work pretty heavily on at ILM is Stagecraft, which is a tool for doing virtual production on very large LED stages. The great thing about that technology is that we were able to pull a lot of it together very quickly, and a large part of that was the foundation. We also really want to bring together our community, and that's one thing that I think has been an overwhelming success. Our ASWF meetings have a representative from many of the biggest companies in visual effects and animation. And we're able to all sit in a room and collaborate on ideas that will benefit all of us. We have a lot of very powerful member companies. So with the might that those companies can bring, there is a chance of actually being able to affect diversity at some level. Maybe it's being able to increase diversity within our own organization, but it can also be to help inform and educate younger individuals who may not even know that this is a choice for their future career. You know, when I was a kid, I always loved Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all of the films that ILM is so well known for. And I guess I never realized that this was something that I could do. And I often find there are a lot of people that are very interested in that mix of art and science. There are careers out there that mix that art and science very heavily, and you have the ability to use your scientific skills in a way that will affect the art. A really important aspect of what we're doing in open source is bringing together a large community who can contribute a large number of ideas. So we want those ideas to be diverse, and that comes from a diverse set of individuals. We can be more innovative because we have a foundation that we can trust, and we're putting work into it. We're sharing that work across a larger number of people. It actually was a dream job to work on The Mandalorian, and it's one of those opportunities that you don't get very often, to be doing really forward-thinking technology that you see a very dramatic effect of how it changes the industry in a short period of time. We knew, in the foundation that we had within the industry, including the Open Source Foundation, was very key to making it successful.
When we think of open source, we think of software, but it's also part of the hardware world. Recently, I was trying to buy gifts for a couple of friends in open source who were expecting babies, and when I Googled open source baby, I got back tons of open source health monitoring systems for babies. I didn't buy them a hospital system, but I did learn something that day. The hardware we use daily is a great reminder of how we're integrating open source into our lives, from baby monitors to household appliances and even robots. Many of the robots you see today are powered by the Robot Operating System, which is completely open source. This powers hundreds of different types of robots, from your vacuum cleaner, one of my favorite gadgets, who hasn't watched the map to figure out where it's going to go next, to NASA's Robonaut 2, a humanoid robot built to help our astronauts work and explore in space. When you start to have robots interacting with humans, you need vision systems to interact and detect where robots can safely operate. MoveIt is an open source library for RobotOS that sits between the cameras and the motors that power the robot. Companies like Picnic are shaping the future of this very thing, building and helping to maintain MoveIt and RobotOS. Let me introduce Dave Coleman, CEO of Picnic, to show us more. Please join me in welcoming Dave to the stage. Hey, Dave, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. This is exciting.
Super exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So we know you're the CEO of Picnic. Can you tell us a little bit about how you got there?
Sure, yeah. So it actually started when I was middle school, and I saw Star Wars. I heard that reference a few times already. I wasn't into lightsabers or the Force. I loved the droids, and I decided then, at a young age, that this would be my career. And it was kind of dormant for a while, but I was then in grad school working my PhD, and I did an internship here in the Bay Area at a place called Willow Garage that had a dramatic impact on the robotics industry because they were so into open source. They spun out a bunch of different projects, particularly ROS, like you mentioned, and MoveIt. And so I was there, and I've been involved with MoveIt ever since. And so ROS is like the middleware that connects and makes robots compatible all over the world. So it's like all the companies use it. And MoveIt's like the killer app. Maybe that's the wrong word.
We don't want robots that kill people.
It's the most popular app in this ecosystem for making robot arms usable in our everyday lives. And so the applications and industries it's been used in is incredible, from unloading boxes in trucks, subsea infrastructure maintenance, fast food robots that are changing the way we do kitchens. And one that I really particularly love is here in California, there's robots running open source software outdoors in strawberry fields, picking strawberries. Fresh robot picked berries are delicious.
They don't squish the strawberries?
Not usually.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I was looking back at my emails preparing for this, and I saw the email from 2012 when someone emailed saying, hey, we're switching to this cool thing called GitHub. So it's been around for a long time, and it's been cool to be part of that community.
Very cool. And you told me you were going to introduce me to a friend while we're here.
Yeah. So over here we have Hal, the six-axis robot arm. Say hi to the audience, Hal. This is, typically we've seen robots like this used in factory settings.
Hi, Hal.
But we're working on making robots be doing way more than what we can do in factories.
So how like sees us?
It sees us, exactly, yeah. So it takes depth sensors, kind of like we see in the self-driving car industry, to see the world and create like an artificial representation internally that it understands and can then automatically plan based on what it sees. Whereas traditional robots, they're just doing the same rote thing over and over again. They're not very flexible. We want this to work in unstructured environments, we call it. So this is kind of things that are changing. I could jump in front of it and it could adapt, right? And we do that using a lot of sophisticated algorithms.
Through Move It?
Through Move It, yeah. The open source software, the research community has been really big into this. There's been like almost 1,000 publications of researchers using Move It for their work. And so one of the key things, so we use like inverse kinematics, computer vision to understand the world, but also the search space for planning an arm is infinitely large. It turns out that the number of configurations in continuous space is enormous. And so if we want to plan around obstacles, we actually have to discretize the world, but also use a thing called like probabilistic sampling-based motion planning. And
so you're trying to figure out like the possibility that there might be something there?
Yeah, you're kind of guessing and checking. And it turns out to be a really great way to do this. We've been using it, the academic community, we've been working on this for the past couple decades. And it's basically rolling a dice really fast and just hoping that it finds the solution. So on top of that, we're applying more machine learning methods for picking up arbitrary objects, even downright quacky ones.
Whoa.
Yeah, thank you, Hal.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
And he didn't squish the ducky. Yeah,
No strawberry or ducky squish tonight. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Hal. So can you tell us if people wanted to get involved with the open source software project, how they would do that?
Yeah, so we have a website, moveit.ross.org, a vibrant community online, and that community is something I'd love to chat about.
Please.
So the company that originally started this, and I was involved in it long ago, shut down like 2013, but the industry and research organizations and group all over the world have continued its growth, maintaining it, adding new features. And so Picnic Robotics has been, the company I represent, has been really involved in leading that. We do that through hosting international hackathons,
cool.
Keeping tutorials and documentation super important to be up to date, workshops at conferences, as well as even, we have this software called the Setup Assistant. It takes a CAD of your robot, so when you support any kind of robot, you can quickly set up your robot to then run using Move It and ROS, which is something really powerful.
And then how do you think like open source and robots like HAL, like how are they changing the industry?
Yeah, I love
or the
that
world,
question.
like I actually think they're changing the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been incredible, the impact that Move It has had on the industry and ROS and the speeding up that we see of the adoption. So huge tech companies use our software, Amazon, Google, Facebook, startups everywhere are making these big technological advances by building on top of this, raising all this money, medium-sized businesses. One thing that's particularly important to me is its usage on the International Space Station. And, you just had a slide earlier about that.
That's really cool.
Yeah, like Picnic, where we're bringing more and more open source robotic software to the future space missions, to the future space stations that are being launched this decade. And I just, being the Star Wars geek that I came as, like, I think that's so cool. And it just gets me really stoked. But our mission's way bigger than these big logos I just named. I really believe that robotics is going to have this huge, huge impact in this decade on our lives. It started since the Industrial Revolution, but it's continuing on now. And the impact on the abundance, the economic abundance it can bring to us to make our lives better is profound. And it does that through basically making society more efficient so that we can make goods cheaper and have more interesting, less mundane jobs, right?
So like my robot vacuum cleaner cleans my floors so that I can spend more time on open source software.
Exactly, yep. I love my vacuum cleaner too. And so the key though is that there's a lot of power in this economic abundance we're creating. And how do we make it so that not just a few big companies have access to this world-changing thing, but how can we democratize that? And clearly, open source is the way we're doing that. So, that's to me really, really important that that the software we're developing, Move It, is made by people for people to make to make the robotics abundance that we have in front of us accessible in the next decade.
Yeah, and people around the world can adapt it to their needs. So it might pick strawberries in California and peaches in Colorado, or
countries all over the world are using this.
Yeah,
So yeah,
very cool.
I encourage you to go to our website. There's a big Get Involved button. Talks about how to contribute at different levels based on your skill set. We try to make sure beginners can use it as well as experts.
Cool. Well, thanks very much, Dave.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Thanks, Hal.
Thanks for having me.
So to learn more, visit moveit.ros.org. Good night, Hal. This type of open source collaboration is crossing many industries, as we just heard, and pushing the limits of human knowledge. Space agencies from all over the world aim to find what lies beyond our atmosphere. Just last year, we saw NASA launch the James Webb Telescope into orbit, asking us to think about what exists beyond our universe, and maybe even answer some age-old questions. Is there life on other planets? How does the universe work? How do stars and galaxies form? These telescope missions are massive endeavors that take tens of years of planning and development. Answering these questions is not easy to do, and it's not even easy to understand the answers once you have the data. The amount of information we get from missions like this requires people from all over the world to decipher and make sense of what these telescopes in space are seeing. Organizations like the Space Telescope Science Institute are setting out to do just this, and they're doing it alongside developers all over the world. STSCL performs science operations for major telescope missions and organizes and disseminates all that data. Let's hear from Dr. Camilla Pacifi about the organization's work and how they're using open source to further expand what's possible in astronomy.
I work at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore, also known as STSCI. This is the home of the Hubble Space Telescope. It is the home of the James Webb Space Telescope as well, and future missions. So this is where we run those telescopes. We get together, we find the ideas, we find the crazy ideas to do the weirdest things with those telescopes, like staring at the patch of sky for 10 days. That's the Hubble Deep Field. And that came from a chat. A few researchers said, well, what can we do? Well, stare at the patch of sky for 10 days. And that was a major discovery. So this is where things happen. The James Webb Space Telescope in particular is an effort carried out by NASA, but also the European Space Agency and the Canadian Space Agency. Galaxies are photobombing every single image, so every image is a deep field. I love Saturn, but look! There's a galaxy in the background. My favorite galaxies are really those that when you see them in the image, they are dots or smudges. Because these are the very first galaxies. And these are the ones that tell us how everything got started. As an astronomical data scientist, I work with scientists to gather their needs for visualization, for analysis of the data. And then I talk to the developers and, okay, how do we make this happen? Luckily, it's not anymore astronomers who want to be coders. It's really engineers. They can make everything happen. And that's really my favorite part of this job, is getting the input from the scientists and then go to the developers. Okay, the scientists want this. How do we make it happen? And they give me options and prototypes, and then I get to test all these things before anybody else. I was one of the first people to see the first data. That was very exciting. I worked with those first data to calibrate the instruments. I was the first to say, this mode on this instrument works. It was just one mode on one instrument compared to the 17 ones, so imagine a lot of people doing the same thing. But that was very exciting, and I've been working on JWST things since PhD school. There was a large effort here at STSCI to build a calibration pipeline to do a first pass on the data, and they built this pipeline as an open source software, so it's up there on GitHub, and if people want to contribute, they can contribute. It's generic for all the modes that are on, so maybe it's not perfect for a very specific science case, but it's good enough to show you what's in the data. And then the users can still do their own patches and their own piece of software to get to the specific calibration for their specific science case. But again, it's open source, so people can take it and suggest algorithms and code for us. Without open source, I don't see it working. Open source is necessary, especially because it's getting more and more complex. So not everybody is an expert on everything. You need the expertise from other people, and how do you share code if it's not out there? There is a lot that the community can contribute, not just the people in the building, not just the people at ESA or CSA or STCI or NASA. There are so many young developers out there with bright ideas. We need to get those ideas and give value to those ideas, and open source help us to do that.
This type of astronomical exploration is just the latest in many recent examples of how open source takes us beyond what we know today, and how a single contribution from a developer like you can make what we currently think impossible, possible. Nearly a century ago, Albert Einstein predicted there were such things as black holes, but he had no way to prove that they existed. Now, with support from the open source software community, the Event Horizon Telescope captured the very first picture of a black hole in 2019. While some of these things can seem huge and impossible to achieve on our own, it's important to remember that when we all come together and collaborate, like we have in the open source software world, we can discover the next big thing together. Things that could take a lifetime can be developed in a decade with many working together. Along with visualizing the previously unknown, when we work together, we can push the limits of what's possible outside of our world as well. Just last year, 12,000 developers on GitHub contributed to code that aided in the first flight on another planet with Ingenuity. Open source projects like SciPy, Linux, and F-Prime were a part of the list of projects that NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab team used to achieve flight on Mars. These are projects you can contribute to today. That's the amazing opportunity we have as developers doing what we love to do most, code. One of the first open source software developers I met told me that the code he wrote was on the Hubble telescope. He was so proud that his code was in outer space. And you too can do the same. Today, we started here on Earth, solving some of the most complex problems we have as a human race, conflict and health, and ended up in outer space, in galaxies searching for exoplanets we don't yet know. The future of open source is bright. Just look at what we've achieved in the last 20 years. As our community and challenges continue to evolve, I ask you to consider the role that you will play. What will you build? How will you contribute? What will you achieve? The world depends on open source, and open source depends on you. And we don't have to do this alone. Let's build from here together. Thank you.
thank you so much for joining us today. My name's Abby Kabunak-Mays. I lead open source maintainer programs at GitHub, and I'll be your host for today's panel. So we have a really important discussion today as part of GitHub Universe. We wanted to really highlight the people, the humans behind open source. So we'll be talking to a couple open source maintainers about what it means to be a maintainer. So joining me today, we have Barbara Forbes. Barbara is a GitHub star and Microsoft Azure MVP with a focus on PowerShell and infrastructure as code. And we have Tierney Siren, is a principal developer advocate at Twilio, where they spend their time working with the product teams, improving developer experience. So we talked a bit about your title and your day job, Tierney. I'd love to hear more about how you got into open source and what you maintain now.
Yeah, so for open source, I originally got started playing video games. I played a lot of video games, probably when I shouldn't have been. And through that, I kind of found a bunch of different communities, and those communities, they kind of ended up leading me into, okay, like how do I maintain a community, how I manage a community, and that led me to forums. So I opened up a bunch of free forums, and then free forum systems weren't really doing what I wanted. So from there, I moved into like, okay, how do I actually set up my own forum? And I got involved in MyBB. I did that for I think like 2 years. And from that, their release cycle was a bit different than kind of what I was wanting from software, from open source. It was a bit slower than I was looking for. So from there, I started kind of like branching out. Like, okay, I like JavaScript, I like web development. This is the thing I'm interested in. What are some other things that I could find and get involved in? Because I really like this code and open source stuff. From that, I was going through kind of JavaScript and JavaScript Twitter, and found a blog post by Michael Rogers that was kind of announcing the fork of IOJS out of Node, and doing a really good job at welcoming non-technical contributions. There's like a whole paragraph at the bottom just kind of saying like, hey, this is a very technical thing, but there's a bunch of work here that's doesn't require you to know like C++ and like hardcore JavaScript and like performant JavaScript. So I got involved in that, showed up to the website working group repo, started writing a bunch of content, and like trying to help them kind of do better content, because I was a really good writer, and like talk about technical things, but I wasn't like necessarily experienced with like performant JavaScript and stuff.
Right.
So from there, I did a bunch of work in that repo. Eventually got to the point where it was like so much work that I was doing in that repo that it was kind of drowning out the other work that was happening. So we split that off into the evangelism working group, and from there I just kind of continued going up in Node and doing more and more there. Eventually got a job offer from that. I was in college at the time, and was able to take that at NodeSource and then kind of grow out from there. So.
That's awesome. And what are you maintaining today?
Yeah, so today I work on Node still. I'm a core collaborator there. I also work on Electron in the outreach working group, and I can do a lot of work on like RFCs for NPM.
Yeah, that's great. So you found that community you fit in, and then they had the skills that they needed. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was able to kind of start with the thing I was comfortable with, and honestly, through exposure to the other people there, I was able to like get a lot more comfortable with the things that I didn't necessarily feel as good at.
Yeah.
So I am, I can write pretty good JavaScript now. Maybe not as much C++. I try to avoid that as much as possible. But I was able to grow because of that like non-technical base.
Yeah.
And grow into my entire career. Now as a principal developer advocate, focusing on JavaScript.
That's awesome. Thanks, Tierney. And Barbara, can you tell me a bit about how you first got into open source and what you maintain now?
It happened a little bit by accident.
Yeah.
So what I was doing was just doing my day-to-day job, working with Azure, working in automation, and really creating my own solutions for problems I encountered in my own work. And I started blogging about these things, thinking, well, maybe someone else has the same problem. And often I would publish the code on GitHub just so I have somewhere to store it.
Yeah.
And I write the blogs about it, and then suddenly I discovered that people were adding stars to my repository, and they were creating issues and stuff like that. And I was, okay, this is a serious thing now. I need to start maintaining this stuff. So really just by accident, like, okay, this is now something people can use.
Yeah, that's awesome. So what are you maintaining now?
I mostly have a lot of PowerShell modules and examples of infrastructure as code, like Bicep.
Yeah.
And one of the modules that actually I didn't expect at all, but it really took off, was basically a wrapper around the SandGrid API, which you like.
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear that.
So the SandGrid API, I made a wrapper in PowerShell, and I thought, yeah, maybe people can use this. So I'll put this online, and I put it in the gallery, and then I checked, and it had like 40,000 downloads. And I thought, oh, I can't just make some changes now. Like, I can't be like, oh, change this because like 5 people are using it.
Yeah.
Now I have to actually be careful. So I need to check if a change is actually breaking and have some sort of process going on.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the fun things when your own projects like take off, because you never know which one will.
Yeah, that's true. So I love this. We have 2 different approaches to entering open source. Barbara making a tool, then the community showed up. You're suddenly a maintainer.
Exactly.
And then Tierney finding that community and bringing your skills to it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So what, Barbara, you talked a bit about the challenges you face, but are there any other big challenges that surprised you about being a maintainer?
Well, it is part of the thing where you don't know what will take off and what won't, especially with your own projects. That can make it really hard to manage your time, because you feel a responsibility. Like you created a project and suddenly people are asking you to fix things or to add features. And maybe you've got other things going on, and if it's not your full-time job, then you have to do it in your spare time. And that can feel like a big responsibility. Where I found myself like, oh no, there is a bug in there and I need to fix this now because now people have expectations. So I had to learn to just answer to issues like, I'm aware of this, you are right, maybe this is a workaround, and I will try to find time to fix it, but maybe you can fix it.
That's good,
and stuff like that.
Yeah, because you want to be as helpful as possible, but you're just you're giving this away for free. You don't have the time necessarily to fix everyone's issues.
Yeah, and it's okay to say that. That's something that I had to learn, that it's okay to say, if I'm going to fix that, I'm going to fix it later. I don't have the time now. And that's okay.
Cool. Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Tierney, what challenges have you found?
Yeah, I think, honestly, the biggest challenges, I've seen, I think every project is different, right? Depending on how big the project is, depending on what communities the project is serving, there's going to be different challenges and different problems. A lot of the projects I operate in are like very large-scale, widely used projects, and I think when a project gets big enough, honestly, just communication between people is a huge challenge. And like some people are going to struggle with that more, right? Or some people are like, you as an individual are going to communicate differently than other people will. And being able to kind of manage that and like find a way where you can kind of be okay, in your own communication, and like having that difference where that might not be it's something you would like choose to do outside of open source. That's a really big one for me. I think in terms of smaller projects, personal projects, I think just dropping perfectionism is really important. It's hard to I can sit there and work on a project. I mean, I've done this so many times. Usually when I'm on an airplane, I have so much free time to just sit and write code. But yeah, just, being okay with something being imperfect, being not complete, and like just putting it out there and having it be in that incomplete state, I think is really important. It's really easy to just keep focusing on this needs to be the million things that need to be better. But just getting it out there and even in barely functional or non-functional state and being able to work on those iteratively, right? In the way you would in a bigger project. I think that's a really big thing that I've seen be helpful. And through other open source things, projects that I've worked on, there was a decentralized open source social protocol that I used to be a part of called Tent. And the kind of creators' goals in that was to have it be perfect at 1.0. And over and over, whenever anyone's had a perfect at 1.0, we've seen that it's never perfect at 1.0. And so just allowing it to ship and allowing it to move forward is, I think, a really big and important part in smaller projects that are trying to gain a foothold.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and that's something I still struggle with working open, is just that vulnerability of putting something out there for others to see for the first time. But again, if you're putting something imperfect, that just leaves room for others to come in and fix it. Yeah,
it's, that is that's the way that you can have good first issues. And that's a thing that isn't really possible in bigger projects. Once a project has become very evolved, it's very hard to actually have like meaningful good first issues that someone new to the project can come in and solve.
Yeah.
This is an issue in Node and Electron and Chrome and a bunch of other like large projects.
Yeah.
You can always go to the smaller projects that are like orbiting those, but you can never do that in the actual main project. So like it's a very
You on top of things.
yeah, it's a very blessed period to be able to
Right.
have those small things that people can come in and contribute to.
Yeah. No, I hadn't thought of it that way. That's great.
And I think it's a good point where it's like you're really putting yourself out there, especially if something is big. And I think everyone's familiar with imposter syndrome,
Yeah.
where you feel like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, and they're going to find out, and they're going to say, you did something really stupid.
Yeah.
And
Are you really a developer?
yeah, exactly. And it can be scary because when are you a developer? When are you good enough at a language?
Yeah.
There are no set limits. And the only way to find out is to put yourself out there.
Yeah.
And just take that chance. I recommend always finding someone you can trust. So if you feel yourself getting stuck with the feeling, then you have someone you can trust and say, hey, I'm not feeling confident about this. What do you think? Should I put it out there? Is this okay? Something like that can really help to make sure you don't get stuck in that feeling.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. It is so much easier to jump in if you know that there's a friend.
Exactly.
With you, yeah. So do you have any advice on how to find those people?
For me, I always found them just close to me in my job, because
Right.
a lot of things that I do are also my work. And those are people I work with every day, and they know what I'm doing, and they know what my levels are and how I feel about stuff. And I'm
Yeah.
always very open about it, which helps me just to have some people where I'm say, I have no clue if I'm doing it right.
Yeah.
And I often even say, I know this is silly, probably, but just check this for me and I can let go of it because I feel I'm getting stuck. So I'm really open about it with the people I really trust. And that has really helped me to get out of feeling stuck.
Yeah, that makes sense. Trini, do you have any advice on finding people? I know you've found community really well.
Yeah. I think the big thing for me is just like, I don't know, I've been in a bunch of different communities, and I've always found like one person in every single community I've been in who like I really just like get along well with and like can have just like normal kind of like chit chat with, and like we end up being really close.
Yeah.
And I think finding those people who like you can connect with personally, regardless of what the project is, regardless of how how involved you are in that project, like finding those like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. And just being able to kind of evolve that relationship with them. And those relationships will last beyond whatever that project is.
Yeah.
Or your involvement in that project or their involvement in that project.
Yeah.
And so like being able to find that and, have those few people that you can really rely on and like reach back to, I think is important. And I think the way I've historically done that has just been be very present, be very communicative. And that's my communication style. I know not everyone's communication style is that way. But like, I think just generally being present and there is a really good way. And like, it's really easy to think, oh, like this person hates me, or like, there's some issue there, and just kind of trying to step out of that self-reflection of like how you're kind of being perceived by other people when you don't know that. That's another big one for me too.
Yeah, and then play video games with them every night.
Oh yeah, I mean most of those people I play. Many hours of every game, every 6 months, new game. Yeah.
I think that's great, and it just shows how this open source community really expands past just the code, and really is your life. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people I've made really long-lasting relationships with. One of them is a hubber, Miles Borens.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Miles
is great.
Just friends now, right? Like, it's just great to like, he's sending me pictures of his kids and stuff.
Yeah.
It's so sweet.
Shout out to Miles.
Absolutely lovely person. Yeah.
I hope you're watching.
Yes. So like Miles, good example of like a friend who's like very honest with me, and like, just a good person, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of relationship and maintaining that. Open source is a really good way to find those relationships and kind of build that out.
That's great.
And I think we need to mention it, you don't get discouraged if you have some negative experience.
Right,
Because we're all humans and we're only talking through text. And I think we all know the feeling when you're typing with an emotion and you're typing harder. That's, by the way, a very good time to step away from your keyboard.
I agree, yes.
But there are going to be misunderstandings, and we're all going to be different peoples. And some communities maybe there are people that aren't that nice to beginners. It happens, and it's important to think it's never personal. And if someone is dismissive to you or something like that, okay, you do you. I'll go to a new project. I'll see something else. I won't make any issues anymore, stuff like that. And that's really easy to say because it can almost be hurtful if someone does that, but it happens. And something to roll with.
And that's a good point. The open source community isn't just one giant community. There's lots of small groups you can pick and choose from and see where you fit and see where you want to contribute to.
Exactly.
So Barbara, I'm actually interested. What do you wish someone had told you when you first became a maintainer?
I think actually that part. That part where like you don't have to please everyone, and not everyone's going to be friendly, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And basically it's their loss, and it's okay to make mistakes. And I did that once. I made a module for PowerShell. I thought, oh, the world needs this module. And I published it, and I made a blog post, and it turned out it existed already. And it was huge already. It was like, how did I miss this? And I thought, oh, this is so embarrassing, and everyone's going to remember that I did this stupid thing. And guess what? No one did. No one remembers it. It's one of those things that keeps you up at night. You're thinking, oh no, I said something stupid. It doesn't matter. It's okay to do that. And no one cares in the end. And everyone was like, okay, you made a good effort.
And it makes you human. People can see your mistakes. Yeah,
exactly. And that's okay. It's okay to make mistakes.
Tierney, do you have any thoughts on what you wish someone had told you when you first started in open source?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a similar vein, like, mistakes are okay. I used to really beat myself up and, like, you know, get in people's DMs of, like, hey, was this okay? Like, I messed this up. And it's like, I, like, opened a PR in the slightly wrong way or something, right? Like, my first PR ever to Node, actually, or to IOJS at the time, was I was fixing Markdown links that didn't need to be fixed. They were, like, relative links, and I didn't know that. And so the PR got closed. And so, like, that kind of thing is, like, I beat myself up over that, but I kept going and, like, stayed there. And I didn't know if that was the right thing at the time.
The great thing is you learned something from the PR.
Exactly. And I think that's the biggest thing is it's okay to mess up as long as you learn something from it, right? Messing up and not learning something from it isn't okay. Like, and that's, like, where you should try to either, like, you know, there's a bunch of things to do in that situation. But I think if you're always learning from your mistakes, that's like the progress in open source. And, like, even outside of code, I've, like, learned a lot about myself and, like, been able to become a better communicator because of open source. And maybe not everyone will have that experience, but you know, that's that constant self-reflection and, like, mistakes being okay is a really big thing that has helped me over, you know, almost a decade now.
Yeah, what I'm really hearing from both your answers is just how much you can learn from being in open source. And just this experience of collaborating with people from different cultures and countries and learning to collaborate over text.
Collaborate and the cultures is a good thing to mention as well, because I'm Dutch and we're known to be very direct. So
that doesn't come...
we sometimes have to remember, and I'm conscious of that. Like, I know we are direct and other cultures might think different of that. And, you know, there are some cultures who will, like, almost apologize for existing when they ask you something. So stuff like that is really good to be aware of some things being cultural. But how cool is that we can collaborate with stuff all over the world? I mean, it's awesome.
That was something I learned at Mozilla with people in, I think especially India. They would ask for permission before they jumped in. And we were ignoring those questions because they're like, oh, this isn't like a real question about the code. They can just jump in, but different cultures. You need to approach them a little bit differently if you're trying to collaborate.
Exactly.
And that actually is a really big one that I wish I had learned more about. There's this kind of concept of, like, ask culture versus guest culture. Are you familiar with this? That was a hard one to learn about because like, I'm a certain way in that. And, like, it's a really good concept that, like, oh, people actually do, like, interact differently than I'm expecting them to because it's how they don't interact how I interact. So that's another one. Definitely go look that up. Ask culture versus guest culture is really important in open source.
All right, so to close us off, what advice would you share to future maintainers who might be here on stage next year?
Well, the first advice, everyone can, I think. And my advice would be to not focus just on, I need to create a PR and I need to be an expert at the code at that. There's so many things you can do to contribute. You can create issues to let people know that you have found something or suggest a feature. You're already contributing then. You can check the code, you can check the documentation. You can even check for typos in the documentation and fix those because they are there. And it will be a way to get in. Another thing you can do is write blog posts about a project, or give talks at user groups, or organize user groups. There are so many ways to become part of a community, and you can find what fits you most, or what is the lowest threshold for you, and the rest will come on its own.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that reminds me a lot of Tierney's story about fitting in with the, it's like, oh, I know how to write.
I think my answer to that is like, don't just do one thing. Don't overwork yourself. Like, don't, be spending 80 hours a week doing open source if that's not something like you can do as part of your job and get employed to do it or like be paid to do it. But do work on, Node or PowerShell or, whatever language or tool you want to work on. Like, go work on a project in that, but also simultaneously have some other projects that like interest you or solve something you want to do. That's something that I found really valuable is like approaching open source in multiple ways at the same time has been really huge. Even like, something in terms of like content, one of the kind of paradigms on GitHub that I really love is awesome lists. Some of my most starred repos are just awesome lists. Like Awesome Hyper I started like 6 years ago, Awesome Developer Streams. Those are projects that like people really liked because it gave them something. And like I just kind of followed a template and like enabled it, and then at this point I've completely handed those off to other people. But like that kind of thing, and like doing finding different ways to engage and see how you'll fit into open source is, I think, a really good way to approach that.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. I learned so much, and enjoy the rest of your universe.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
right, hi everyone. We'll let some folks get settled and we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm Jacob DePriest. I'm the Deputy CISO at GitHub, and I've been here about just under 18 months.
Cool, and I'm Greg Osa, and I'm our Senior Director of Product Security Engineering at GitHub, basically managing all the things we do across the development lifecycle to bring security to our products, both from preventing and finding and fixing security vulnerabilities across the board in the features and products that we ship.
So thanks for joining us today. We're going to switch in and out and talk a little bit about how we use GitHub to secure GitHub. So it's probably no surprise to any of you who've used GitHub, but at GitHub, we believe really deeply in using the product to build the product. And so really across all of the teams, both technical and non-technical at the company, we use GitHub for almost everything. Today, we're going to focus in on 5 areas in the security team where we use GitHub a lot, and it really shapes kind of how we approach our security posture at the company. So first, we're going to start with identity and access management. So we are developer focused. We have customers. Many of you in this room are our customers. From a security team perspective, our customers are also the developers in our engineering team and our product team. And so when we think about identity and access management inside of the company, we wanted a capability that allowed us to keep our developers in the flow and be able to kind of do the things that we need them to do, but also meet all the needs we have. And so we were thinking about this. We thought, like, what are the requirements? How are we going to approach this? We need to be able to show compliance in audits. We need to be able to handle things like reorgs. We need transparency and scalability, but we also need to handle risk. So not all the things that we're providing access to are the same risk level. And so we landed on being able to do this inside of Git. And so we use repository-based access control system, effectively GitOps, to do this for the entire company. And this is how we manage our IAM at the company. This is a program we call entitlements. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. So what's it look like in practice? So let's say that you switch jobs inside the company and you need access to a new, let's say Splunk in your new team, and maybe you didn't have access to that before. Well, we just open a pull request. So you would open a pull request in the repository where we manage our entitlements. You would find the right file, whatever the Splunk access you need in this case is, and then you open a PR, add your handle to it, and then you wait on the approvals. And then that's where our automation kicks in. And depending on what you're trying to do, depending on the sensitivity of the actual capability, it will require certain levels of approval. Some of these are app level. So in the case of Splunk, maybe the team that owns and manages Splunk, maybe they have to approve it as well as your manager. Maybe it's just your manager, and we can kind of move that quickly. Once that's merged, all the things kick in the back end, and you have access. How do we handle things that are a little more sensitive? So this kind of brings us to the strictly audited entitlements. And so this is a capability where, let's say it's production VPN, or let's say it's super admin on one of our SaaS tools that we use. We really want to control that. That's not something we just kind of want that. I mean, we want the self-service capability, but we also need to make sure that we've put increased kind of rigor around that. And so we have a set of entitlements that are strictly audited. And what this enforces is a periodic review. Usually it's 6 months. And an automatic expiration. And so what happens is every 6 months, it kind of comes back up and says, hey, we need you and your manager to reaffirm that you need this access. If it doesn't, then it's just going to go away. We also kick some of those things in when we have a reorg automatically as well. So this is, the entitlements capability is open sourced. We open sourced this a few months ago. And I'm going to click there we go. And so it's available as a kind of core capability. A couple of things we open sourced as well were plugins that work with external features. So you won't be surprised, we open sourced a plugin for GitHub. So kind of like from the workflow perspective, how this works is whatever your source of truth is as an org chart, however you're kind of managing your HR system, that's where that comes in. That's going to produce a machine readable file. We ingest that into entitlements, and then based on the hierarchy and kind of the manager and employee reporting chain, we update permissions in GitHub, and then we push it to an identity provider, which then will, maybe in some cases would use Skim to provision that access across our SaaS platforms. And so this all happens automatically and through GitOps. So it's very transparent, and our auditors love that because we can actually go through the PR and merge history and show exactly where and when everything was done and approved and merged. All right, so on to number 2, so security findings. I know we've had some really good conversations with several of you this week about security findings. Every company and every kind of team that's dealing with security, I think, has this challenge of where do we deal with and how do we aggregate all the things that are coming into the security team, right? So it's not just CVEs, it's also things like bug bounty reports and PIRs from incidents or availability incidents, security incidents. It could be things from the red team. And so how do we think about that? How do we handle it? How do we do that? Well, at GitHub, we have GAS, and we use GAS internally, so GitHub Advanced Security. So we use all those features and all those tools. One of the things we love about that and developers love about that, it's integrated into how they're doing their work in the repositories every day. But how do we do that with all the other stuff that we have coming in? And so we have built an internal tool that we're using called Security Findings that really emulates that flow for the things that aren't part of Advanced Security. And so this could be things like a bug bounty report. It could be something from our cloud security posture management tooling. It could be something from our red team. Our red team is actively always probing the infrastructure and the product, looking for gaps. And so we funnel all that into security findings, and we pair that up with our fundamentals program, which is an internal program where we track things like durable ownership, and it's kind of the baseline requirements for the company for availability, for performance, and security. We marry all that up, and then we put it where developers do their work, which is GitHub issues. And for us, we use Slack a lot. So it might show up in a Slack message depending on how urgent it is and how we need to track it and remediate it. And then that gives us that accountability and visibility we need for SLA management and being able to essentially make sure that the resources are in the right place, but we're also meeting our internal needs, our stakeholder needs, and our customer expectations. So security findings is how we're approaching that problem. Sorry, I'm going to put this down and just use the clicker. So just to give you a sense of the scale here, last year, and these numbers are notional, but just to give you a sense of scale, we had in the millions of detections that come in every year. And we have to triage those. And so a lot of that triage is automated. We do have some humans doing some of that work as well. That might result in some findings. That's still a huge amount of numbers that we have to deal with. And we don't want to push out 500,000 issues to developers at GitHub. We would be a very unpopular team if we did that. So really, we get all that down into a consolidated view, and that translates to in the thousands of issues. That's what we end up opening up, and then give the developers the consolidated view, give them a sense of the priority of what they need to do and how we need to remediate it, what the SLA is, and they can work on it. One of the things that we're working on now is a UI that goes with that. And so the reason for this is sometimes we want to be able to provide more data. It's not required. We're still going to open an issue where developers work in the repo that they're doing their work. But sometimes a CVE can be complicated, or a security finding can have multiple CVEs. And so instead of, in some cases, opening up hundreds of issues on a developer repository, what we'll do is open an aggregate issue and then point them back to the security findings UI, where we're providing data, we're providing things like the life cycle, more data on the actual vulnerability, and remediation status and history of remediation. So it was fixed by the developer and the team, then it was reverted back, and then it was fixed again, and we can see all that in the flow. And so this is how we're doing our best as a security team to lean into how GitHub does work internally, which is all in GitHub and pulling the findings that are important to us, important to our customers and auditors and stakeholders into that developer flow. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Greg.
Cool. Thank you, Jacob. And today I want to kind of follow up on what Jacob was just talking about how we track findings, how we track vulnerabilities, and really focus on one specific type of vulnerability and work through some of those workflows. So like I mentioned, I run our product security engineering team, where we're working to prevent and identify vulnerabilities. But one of the things that my team is also responsible for is how we respond to vulnerabilities once we're aware of them. And in part of this, we want to make sure we run a consistent process through our product vulnerability response and make sure we're handling things in a consistent way. And to do that, we really kind of run through a bit of a life cycle for everything we get in. And we want to make sure that we have great ways to intake to make sure we're aware of vulnerabilities that are coming through. We also want to make sure that we're doing the right things when we're aware of that to make sure it's fixed, where we know it is, where it's fixed, places we might not yet know if there's a variant of that vulnerability. And then finally, once we fix the vulnerability, it's really important for us to make sure if our customers need to take action on getting that fixed in their environment, like something like GHES or in an open source project or library that they're utilizing, that we disclose that vulnerability to ensure everyone can pull in the proper fixes and understand the urgency in which they need to do that. And all of these things, really, kind of our workflow, again, goes where our developers are. We move all of this into issues and work with our engineers where they're working for any other bug fix. So for kind of the first step is looking at the intake. We have a bunch of disparate sources where we might become aware of a vulnerability in our product. We run a very popular bug bounty program. We're also now rolling out our usage of private vulnerability reportings on GitHub for some of our open source libraries. So another way to get in vulnerabilities reported in our software. We also have some more traditional means like a security@email address. And we're monitoring a bunch of things. If someone reaches out into Twitter, not the best way to get information about a vulnerability, but we're still monitoring those things. So we have a really good awareness of all these external sources of vulnerabilities. And we also have internal sources of vulnerabilities. Maybe an engineer is working on a feature, they're doing some development, and they come across something. We want it to be very clear where they go to report that to make sure we're thinking about it and we're running through this process. And like Jacob mentioned, we have a bunch of other security teams also finding vulnerabilities day in, day out. We have a red team looking at things. I have an assessment team that's doing code review, doing security pen testing, and all of that. So we want to handle all these vulnerabilities in a really consistent way. And how we do that is all this intake is kind of coordinated by an incident responder. So one of the teams underneath in PSE, Product Security Engineering, is our PCERT team. And what they do is they monitor all these sources. So we have awareness of all of these different places for intake and to make sure that we're actually routing them to the right teams. We're given the right context around what is the issue, is this actually an issue, and what team should own it, and what code base does this affect. So that's really kind of our triage process here. And really what this looks like is to get it in front of our engineering teams. We know it's an issue, it's a vulnerability in our code. Let's open that up where our engineers are doing all their other development, right, alongside other bug reports, so they can properly prioritize and track that work just like they would any other engineering work. So our product security incident responder then opens up an issue. And we can see here kind of an example of something that came in through a bug bounty report, specific vulnerability, and kind of the different things that we add from that. So we're pulling in all of the context of what's the issue, is there proof of concept, any additional analysis that our triage team might have done to validate that or ask additional questions from the reporter to really get all that context so we can present that to the engineering teams when they're starting their fix. We also give it a severity, and this really helps set expectations and SLAs and timeframes to help engineers prioritize this work alongside all of the other engineering work they're doing. Kind of the next step is once we have that out there, we've started the discussion about what the vulnerability is. The next step is getting that fixed, getting that remediated where the issue is. And this always, just like any other bug, we go from an issue, we go to a pull request. And a pull request gives us that great opportunity to pull in some security engineers to make sure the fix that's proposed is complete. There's not any weird edge cases or bypasses, and we're really thinking about, is this a robust fix against the vulnerability that was identified, making sure we have test cases, all of that, making sure all of that goes into the pull request that we have, and getting that really deployed to where the vulnerability is at. You can see here, even after the vulnerability has been fixed in one place, let's say it's deployed out in production, we also need to think about what else do we need to do with that vulnerability. And there's still a couple steps left. One of the things we can see here, right, it's fixed, but we're asking additional questions like, does this affect GitHub Enterprise Server? That's a different deployment model where we then need to get that into GitHub Enterprise Server. And we also follow up if it came in through the bug bounty saying, what's the severity, what's the payment for that, and bring that into the issue just so we have a really clear and transparent decision making, making sure that we're coming up with payment amounts through our bug bounty program that are equitable and in line with what we've paid before and meet our severity guidelines. So I mentioned we fixed this in the code that we knew it impacted. One of the big steps that we always do is where could have this vulnerability or this type of vulnerability affected other code? And this might just be in the same code base, but this might also be across our code bases, right? If we have some weird edge case of a SQL injection, right, we're gonna wanna look for that across all of our code base. And this is what we call variant analysis. And there's a couple tools on GitHub that we use. Today, just announced, was the integrated code search. And this has been huge just for really quick and easy. Like, I can create a regular expression, I can look for this code pattern, across all of our repositories. Now, I'm gonna say I'm in a very lucky spot because I know all of our code is on GitHub. GitHub developers develop on GitHub. So I have a pretty holistic view across our organization in where code lives and the ability to search through that. I think the cool thing is outside of code search, we can even do better. We can use CodeQL to really model these vulnerabilities, to look at our code paths and say, is this actually taking in user input, and build these CodeQL rules. And the cool thing about this is I have a team, our code analysis team, that's looking at these vulnerabilities we have coming in, seeing, can we write a CodeQL rule for this, and then running that CodeQL rule across all of our code bases that we have code scanning enabled. And it really allows us to give us that holistic view of other variants of this vulnerability that might impact our code. And finally, I think the next step and the final step, like I mentioned, is we fixed this. We feel good that this type of vulnerability, we have great coverage. We've looked across our code bases. We need to make sure our customers and the users of that code are aware if there's any actions they need to take to actually mitigate that. For open source, this is great. We use GitHub security advisories. If it's an open source library or vulnerability in one of those, we go through the GitHub security advisory process to cut a CVE, to get that CVE published, and then Dependabot does its thing and alerts all the users of that vulnerability. It's really great. For things that impact our products, we're actually a CNA, a Certified Number Authority for our products. And largely this looks like GitHub Enterprise Server. And since this isn't an open source product, we run our own process to get CVEs published for GitHub Enterprise Server. To do this, we loved the flow of GitHub security advisories and the collaboration it brings. And we have our own process that kind of mimics that internally. So if we've decided a CVE needs to be issued for GitHub Enterprise Server, we go through kind of this templated issue. And to submit a CVE to MITRE, you need to have a very specific JSON formatted file that then you send to them. And we have a process that goes through where we can collaborate on a pull request very, very nicely in a YAML formatted file. And then we have GitHub Actions run that actually then converts that into the schema, the JSON schema that's required by MITRE. So after that's done, we can actually create a pull request to MITRE's repository with that CVE under the block for our CNA, and then get an advisory published for GitHub Enterprise Server to make sure then customers are aware through their own vulnerability scanning of if they're running an outdated version of GitHub Enterprise Server, what the risk is, and allows us to really go through that whole notification process and make sure they're aware. So one last item I wanted to touch on is what we're using our product for to do our security reviews. And security reviews are a way for security to have awareness, to give input, and to do any of the downstream reviews and assessments and analysis of the products and features we're shipping in a centralized manner. So engineering teams and product teams know how to engage us. And one thing that we're utilizing for this is, again, it's on GitHub and it's in an issue, but what we're using is our issue template forms. And what that allows us to do is really gather structured information about a product or feature that's shipping, both just general information, so we have the context of what it's doing, what concerns, what risks there might be, who to contact about it, and things like this. But it also allows us to gather really structured information, like multiple choice answers, that help us figure out what the risk of something is, help us get an idea of maybe some of the concerns we might have, Because really what we're looking to do in this process is, as you've seen today, GitHub ships a lot of things. And how do we prioritize our security resources to really focus on the most important things or the riskiest things? And by collecting this information, and then we run GitHub actions against these issues to pull out this information and calculate a risk score, so we can use that in our conversations, in our own prioritization and structuring. So again, here we can see, a team came in, opened up an issue, filled out their information about some of the features of their new product, new feature area. And then we go through and calculate a risk score. And you can see here, this is a medium risk score. And that's going to play into how we prioritize those downstream reviews, what we're looking at. Are we doing a code review of this? Are we going to do a private bug bounty on this? And helps us really kind of understand the next steps for that product feature. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Jacob to wrap up with some GitOps for managers.
All right, thanks, Greg. So we could talk probably for the next 4 hours about how we use GitHub in the security team, but we can't leave out managers as well. So we're going to spend the last couple slides chatting through that. I started out as a developer in my career, and now I'm a manager. And so I think there's a lot of folks at GitHub who've had a very similar transition, and we've kind of taken our love of automation and using the developer tools into the management practice as well. So one of the things that is core to kind of how we think about work every day, I know a lot of you can identify this, is never force a human to do what a robot can. I think that was pretty true in some of the announcements you saw earlier today as well. So a couple ways we do this is through issues and projects. And so this is very similar to what we've talked about already, but it's really focused on how do we run our programs, how do we think about strategic planning, and then how do we build in kind of our business processes into the GitHub flows that our developers use every day as well. And given that so many of us were developers, this is just a very natural extension of how we think about our work. So we start with issues, we link those issues and pull requests, and then we see all that take shape in projects. And then we often use, which we'll talk about next, actions to pull it all together. So here's an example of a few quarters ago where we do all our OKR planning at the company in GitHub projects. And so one of the ways we do this in terms of tracking is we have a project board for the security team, and each one of those OKRs is mapped to an issue. And then what we don't want to have happen is we don't want to have developers go to 6 or 7 different places every quarter or every 2 weeks to provide an update. We want that all to be streamlined in and as easy as possible to provide updates kind of in the flow that they're in every day. And so one of the things that this example does is a developer can kind of go into an issue where they're doing the work and create an update in one place, and then actions will kick off and then update the project board with the status, with, is it gone from blue to green, green to red, is there a blocker, or have we shipped it? And it can update that all automatically, so we don't have to go into multiple places. And so this is another way we do it kind of in sort of after what Greg talked about in terms of the security reviews. A security review gets submitted, one of the other teams may want to know, does their team need to look at it based on the risk score that was calculated by the action on the intake? Well, we also have actions that will pull those in from the security review repo, kick off actions, and then add them to internal tracking boards so that individual teams, maybe it's the security operations team, maybe it's the security architecture team, they need to look at those more in depth, syncs all those together and creates that automation so that folks don't have to go in and triage essentially every single thing that comes in, only the ones that apply to their space. So just to wrap up here, I think we've talked about this a bit, but we're a globally distributed working team, and working async for us is imperative. GitHub has that built in, and that's why we use it for so many things, from what the security team is doing every day to what our managers are doing. And that's not just how our managers work in security, this is how our managers work across the company as well. And we have a diverse set of employees, and this is how we've kind of chosen to lean into building the product, using the product to build the product. And then when things aren't working the way we expect, we give that feedback back, and we have that tight iteration loop. And so really appreciate the time today. And I think we've got some time for questions. Yes? We have some mics we can share as well? All right, awesome. We've got one down here.
Okay, without the mic.
Let's do the mic so that the folks tuning in virtually can also hear the question, if that's okay. If not, if it's people in the middle, I can repeat as well.
Thank you. So how many security developers do you have to help support the size of your development organization? Like what's the ratio?
So I'll let Greg talk about this a little bit as well. I mean, we have security developers kind of split all around the company, and so it's not like a direct number. So we have security engineers focused on the product and building the product that ships. We have a security team that's focused on the securing the actual kind of back end of the infrastructure and then doing the reviews. But they also, in Greg's team, we do kind of a pin scaling, if you will, so that if we add more engineers and product folks in another part of the company, we make sure to scale Greg's team up with that at a certain ratio so that we don't get into a situation where there's so many things coming in, the security team can't grow with it. Got one back here.
Hey, thanks. You guys started out by talking about IAM a little bit and how you work with that with GitHub. One of the challenges we have faced is in automation. When we're automating things with GitHub, the lack of service accounts is definitely something we've had to do some weirder things. And I'm curious how you guys have solved that problem and how you guys control automated access to resources in GitHub.
That's a good question. So the short answer is we can spend some time after this and maybe we can get a whiteboard because it is complicated space, right? We have a lot of things that go into that in terms of how we control the service accounts. Some of it is through entitlements and how we leverage that, and then some of it kind of comes down to the roles and the access that we grant into those things. So we use a lot of the internal tools that are built into GitHub. So we use the PATs, we limit the access to things, but we also have kind of sensitive things like in the entitlements, we'll only tag certain teams, or like certain things that need access will require a VP to approve depending on how sensitive it is. And so it really depends on the access itself and how we've kind of got it wired up behind the scenes. But that's sort of the front door to make sure that we've got the appropriate oversight and approvals in place before it goes into kind of what is happening in the infrastructure behind it. Anything else? We've got 2 more minutes. Got another one down here? All right.
So you mentioned a lot of custom actions that will trigger to run various business processes. What kind of development process do you use for those? Are they just like one-offs that somebody creates, or is it do you treat it as like any other piece of shipping software?
That's a really good question. It's both, really. So it depends on how complicated it is. So if it's an action that is going to have significant access to our infrastructure or our SaaS platforms or things that we're really integrating in, it's going to have a more rigorous review through our security review process. If it's just wiring up, maybe a repository to a project board and there's no actual sensitive access at play, it may just be something we would ship and iterate really quickly in an afternoon. Some of it is we're leveraging open source packages that are in the marketplace as well. One of the things that we do work very closely on with our developers is when using something like that, we want to make sure that we pin to a SHA and not just a tag, so that when we kind of do the initial review and we're happy with the security of it, we kind of pin to that so that if it gets updated out of band, we don't get surprised by what gets put in there. We've got another one back there and then one more up here.
So you talked about your risk review, right? Like risk ranking, and based on that, how frequently do you recalibrate that?
I think we're always recalibrating it, right? I think when you're looking at what information can we collect and what signals are we getting out of there, I think it's always an iterative process. And we're keeping an eye on what that looks like. There very much might be a new area of risk that we've seen frequently. It's like, okay, we should really start making sure we're aware of the features or products that are shipping with that and hone on that. So I think it's always an iterative process on that. I wouldn't say we're always looking at that, how we can make improvements, how we can get better signal out of it, because as we shipped the first version of it, it was very much of like, let's throw this out there, see what it looks like, and see what we need to iterate on and change on that to get better signals or different signals that we hadn't thought of yet.
I think we have time for one more down here. Yes? No? Okay. All right, I think we're at time. Thanks, everybody. We'll be around after this if anybody has more questions.
Wow, it's amazing to be here in person after almost 2 years. Welcome. My name is Tanmai. I'm a product manager working on Codespaces here at GitHub. And today we're going to learn how Codespaces empowers developers, data scientists like you and me be super productive as we get started on or as we work on our data science and machine learning projects. So with that, imagine it's your best friend's birthday, all right? Now what's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of a birthday? A cake, right? So you're going to have to get this cake for your friend, and let's talk about some of the ways you can go about it. Your first option is to bake the cake from scratch. In this scenario, you would first pick up your phone, look for some cake recipes, zero in on one. Then you would head to the kitchen to see if you have all of the ingredients. Then I'm going to bet that you're not going to have all the ingredients, so you're going to head to the grocery store, buy all of the required ingredients, come back home, maybe take a nap after all that shopping. Then you would spend the next few hours mixing all of the ingredients, baking the cake in your oven, and then figure out how you want to decorate it. Let's just say end to end, all of this might end up taking you a day or two before that cake is ready to go. Now your second option to speed things up a little bit might be to get a premix instead. In this scenario, you don't have to spend time figuring out the recipe or the ingredients per se, but you'd still head to the grocery store, buy that box of Ghirardelli, Betty Crocker, or whichever one you love, and then come back home, bake the cake, and decorate it after. But hey, if you're someone like me who has no time to bake a cake from scratch, but who loves eating cakes regardless, then you might head to your favorite bakery in town and simply place an order for the perfectly decorated, tastiest cake that's going to be baked for you. So in this scenario, all you have to do is pick it up, right? Now, a Codespace is essentially a fully baked cake with all of the ingredients, flavors, toppings, decorations created for you just the way you want without you having to bake that cake yourself. So with that, you can think of Codespaces as one-click, fully configured dev environments that are tailored to your project's needs. Now, in addition to them being customized for your project, they're also personalized for you. So if you enjoy working with the dark theme, let's say, or specific font sizes, extensions, and whatnot, you can personalize your Codespaces to look and feel the same, no matter which project you're working on. And last but not the least, Codespaces is a cloud-based service that is managed by us GitHub for you, which means you don't need to create a cloud subscription or understand the concepts of the cloud, right? We take care of all of that for you. And as long as you have a browser and an internet connection at hand, you're good to go. You can access these environments from anywhere. All right, so now that we know what Codespaces are at a high level, let me tell you about the time when I started my first job ever. That's actually a picture of my first badge. I started out as a data analyst at Cummins. Cummins is a company that builds engines for context. And interestingly enough, the first thing that I was going to work on was a data science project. Now, if I remember correctly, our team was tasked with creating an inventory of all the spare parts that go into making an engine, and then optimize their usage to reduce some space in our warehouses. Now, as someone who is new to the field, new to the job, the very first question that came to my mind was, how do I get started, right? I'm sure y'all have asked that yourselves as well. So how do I look at the various data science projects? How do I acclimate myself before jumping into this real-world project? Now, like most of us would do, I pretty much went to the internet, started looking up everything data science, right? I came across videos, white papers, a ton of GitHub projects. So I just selected a project and decided to run it on my machine. I cloned the project, and I attempted to run it. And that's when I was hit with a slew of errors. First up, my Conda environment wasn't set up correctly, turns out. So I had to first understand what that meant, and then figure out good time to get that set up. Next up, Docker started throwing a bunch of errors. Obviously did not understand Docker very well back then, so I had to spend a huge chunk of my time understanding it, installing Docker Desktop, and then going from there. As I managed to do that, I started hitting into other issues around specific machine learning modules and libraries that were just missing on my laptop. So I had to go back to the internet and find the syntax to get them installed on my machine. In a nutshell, I was really struggling to get to a point where I could run the sample, and start learning about data science, which was my initial goal, right? So if I were to summarize how I was feeling back when I got started, I would say it was a very daunting experience. There were too many barriers, and I wanted to give up. That was the feeling. Now with Code Spaces, our mission is to really lower these barriers to entry and empower you to explore, learn, get started immediately, out of the box. So we're going to replay the same experience that I went through, but with the power of Code Spaces this time. So let me show you my screen here real quick. And we're going to head over to this Intro to Machine Learning project. Now, if you're just getting started, this is, I'm sure, a repo that you might come across, right? Now, it has two notebooks. There's one for scikit-learn, one for matplotlib, and then there's a README. There is no configuration or a requirements.txt file telling me how to set an environment up to run this project. With Code Spaces, though, all I have to do is hit on this green code button, and we're going to fire up a code space for this project. Now, as that spins up, what we are doing is we are creating a container in the backend using a default image that is hosted and managed by GitHub for you. Then we are deploying that container onto a Linux virtual machine, which is also managed by us. Now, the awesome part about this default or universal image, as we call it, is that it has a set of tools and runtimes. Think of Docker, Python, Node, all of that already set up for you. And in addition to that, we also pre-install a set of commonly used machine learning libraries and toolkits also in that environment, so that you don't have to worry about creating a Conda environment or setting up Docker desktop on your laptop before you can actually start exploring. So here in a few seconds, you saw that my code space is ready. It's a fully featured IDE. I love to highlight that. I have access to a terminal. So if I type in Python-v here, you'll see that Python is fully configured for me. Let's hide the terminal here and go to the scikit-learn notebook real quick. And then this is essentially a quick intro to machine learning with scikit-learn notebook, right? So I can scroll down as I come across a line of code here. You'll see that VS Code recommends I install the Python extension. Since we're going to work with Jupyter Notebooks, we're going to need a kernel. Let's actually go ahead and take that recommendation. And then I'm going to head back to the same scikit-learn notebook. And at this point, I have a very rich notebook editing experience right inside this code space. And I can simply come here and run this block of code. You'll see that this just works out of the box, primarily because scikit-learn is already pre-installed in this environment. And I can focus on running these cells, really learning about what scikit-learn is, and get started on my learning journey there. Very similar to that, if I head over to, hopefully this runs real quick. OK. If I head over to this matplotlib notebook again, very similar to the scikit-learn, this particular notebook tells me how to get started with matplotlib. And I can also come in here and hit run all. And you'll see in a few seconds that everything just works because matplotlib is also pre-installed in this environment. So all of the common libraries that you use, whether it's NumPy, Pandas, and so on and so forth, are already set up for you. So the power of this experience is that if you are someone who's just getting started, and you come across one of the 1,000+ notebooks that are hosted on GitHub today, that don't necessarily tell you how to get started with the project, right? Then you can simply create a code space for them. And we'll take care of configuring that environment for you. And you can focus on learning and getting started. All right, now exploration just doesn't stop at trying existing projects, right? You might want to experiment, prototype with your own sandbox environment to sort of continue building on your knowledge there. So to help you with that, we are adding support for what we call quick start templates. Now, the one that we are going to take a look at is this Jupyter Notebook quick start template. But I'm going to hit see all here for a second just to show you the wide range of scenarios that we've added support for. Now, these quick start templates enable you to create a fully configured sandbox code space without you having to configure anything so that you can start experimenting instantly. So let's go to this pre-created sandbox code space that I created using the Jupyter template. Again, you'll see that we are using the same default image, which means my Conda environment is set up, all of the machine learning libraries are there. In addition to that, let's actually hide this terminal real quick. In addition to that, we also load this notebook up with a set of sample notebooks so that you have some starter code to explore from instead of getting started from scratch. So I'm going to take a look at this population notebook. Here we are essentially using matplotlib to plot a line chart. So I'm going to hit run all to show you what that looks like. So we are plotting the population of Atlantis over the past few years. Let's say I want to continue experimenting with this notebook, right? And instead of plotting the population for Atlantis, let's say I want to plot it for Vancouver. Vancouver is my city, so let's do that. Now I have this vancouver.csv file on my local machine, on my laptop. So I'm going to drag and drop it and put it into this data folder inside of my code space. And at this point, I can head over back to this population notebook. Let's actually go ahead and rename Atlantis to say vancouver.csv. And then we're also going to update the title of our chart. And then I'm going to hit run all again. And within a few seconds, I have a nice line chart that shows me the trends of my city over the past few years there. So really, it's very simple for me to jump into this sandbox, playground type of an environment where I can add more notebooks, I can get rid of these, I can update them, and really continue building on my knowledge. Now, let's say that you end up loving what you're creating here, and you want to share this with your colleagues or friends, you want to collaborate with more folks. All you have to do is head over to this source control tab here. Let's add a commit message, added a CSV file. Let's go ahead and commit it. And at this point, I can publish this code space to a GitHub project. So I'm going to say publish branch. Let's just call it sandbox environment. And then I'm going to zoom in so that folks can see here. And there are two options. Either I can publish to a private or a public repo. So let's just select private in this case. And within a few seconds, we're going to upload all your files and create a GitHub repository for you. So this is where you can now add more folks, submit PRs, you know the drill, right? And who knows, this might end up becoming a fun project, a passion project that you end up maintaining over time. All right, so now that we've seen all of this, I also want to highlight that in addition to all of these awesome functionalities, we are also partnering with LinkedIn Learning to offer a wide range of courses, right from programming languages to data science, machine learning, Python, that are all seamlessly integrated with code spaces to further help you enhance that learning and getting started journey. So definitely check these out and let us know what you think. All right, so now that we've covered getting started, exploration, experimentation, let me continue telling you my story, right? Now, I will admit, back in the day, did not have access to code spaces. So with a lot of pain, I did manage to get started. Now, my next step was to continue working on the actual project, right? What this meant was I had to wipe out my laptop of all of the configurations that I had done during the getting started phase and pretty much reset it up with a configuration that my team shared with me. I vividly remember it was a doc with about 20 odd steps, not fun at all. Setting up a Conda environment, really understanding Docker, specific to my project's needs, cloning the project, installing a bunch of modules. I mean, the list goes on and on. And not to mention all of the back and forth that I had to do across different teammates who were very kind to help me resolve the errors as I set that environment up. Now, just guess how long it took me to get to a point where I could actually start writing code. 2 weeks. It took me 2 weeks to feel like I was productive at the job that I was hired to do. Fast forward to today, any new engineer at GitHub can spin up a fully configured dev environment and be ready to code, debug on the GitHub repository within 15 seconds. 2 weeks to 15 seconds, that's amazing, right? Now, with code spaces, we really want to eliminate the pain from you to configure complex projects with very specific configurations that also have a ton of changing dependencies on your local machine, and really enable you start coding on day one. In short, we want you to get coding faster. So let's talk about how we can do that, right? First up, with configuration as code using dev container configuration, you can spin up fully configured environments that are standardized for a given project with all the right dependencies, extensions, and scripts set up for you. So again, we are going to replay the same scenario that I went through with the power of code spaces this time. So let me head over to this simple image classifier project real quick. Now, I already have created a code space for it right here. And before we see the notebook, let's actually take a look at that shared configuration, or the dev container.json. Now, there are a couple of ways to look at this. This is one way that you're seeing on screen. The other way that we've added support for very recently is if you click on this green code button here and click on these 3 ellipses, you can say configure dev container. So here, you get a nice dev container editing experience right inside your repository, where you can make all the changes to your heart's content. And once you're satisfied with it, all you have to do is commit these changes, commit this file back to your repository. And once you do that, every user, every data scientist requesting for a code space off of this repository, the simple image classifier project, will have a very standard, consistent environment, which is based on this very configuration. Now, you can go very simple or very complex with this config. It's really up to you. In this case, you see it's fairly simple, right? I'm still using the default image, which is why you don't see an image attribute here. But hey, if you have a custom image or a Docker file or a Docker Compose YAML that you want to bring us, you can specify it in this configuration, and then we'll use that to create your code space versus the default image. Then I include some extensions. Of course, we need Python, Jupyter, since we are working with Jupyter Notebooks. And then I also have Copilot, which is my favorite AI pair programmer. And we'll see how Copilot helps me not have to worry about syntax and really focus on the business logic as I write code on a day-to-day basis. And then in addition to that, I also want to highlight dev container features real quick. So you can think of features as automatic installations of shareable code that you'd otherwise have to maintain lengthy scripts for on your side. Now, the great part is we have created this amazing marketplace here of features that are powered by us. So if you see, it says by dev containers, which means we host and manage these. But then there are some that you'll see the community contributing as well. Now, let's say you're working with a TensorFlow project, right? And you need CUDA installed and set up in your environment. All you have to do is come to this marketplace, look for the CUDA feature. You'd click on that, scroll down, copy this line of code, and then you would paste it into this features section. You can add one or more features depending on your scenario. And then once you check that back in, we'll make sure CUDA is completely set up for you when you create a code space off of this repo. Awesome. So now that we've seen dev containers, I'm going to go back here. I also want to quickly highlight that this project also has a requirements.txt file. So in addition to looking at the dev container configuration when we create your code space, we also make sure that we auto-install any requirements.txt file that lives in your project. So there are additional modules that you want to specify in here. You can feel free to do that, and then we'll use that to set up your environment when you request for a code space. Awesome. So now that we've seen all of that, I'm going to head back to this notebook here real quick. Let's get rid of this, and then go to this notebook. And really quick, this is essentially simple image classification using PyTorch, right? Essentially, we are first downloading a data set and then previewing images from that data set. Then we are configuring a neural network. This is really the crux of my notebook, right? This is where we convert a specific image to a description. Then I'm going to train my network with that data set and save a model. Then we will test that trained model. And then lastly, we are dumping some accuracy numbers into this notebook right here. Now, let's say I want to continue working on this particular notebook, right? Let's say I want to optimize my model accuracy. So first up, let's get all of these accuracy numbers into a CSV file, and then let's plot a bar chart for it so that we can take a look at how well we are doing with the accuracy currently. So I'm going to add a block of code here. Let's say import CSV. And you'll see here, hopefully folks can see how Copilot is pretty much predicting what I should do next. So I'm just going to hit the tab key and complete that. And then Copilot pretty much tells me the entire function to be able to create an accuracy.csv file and then calculate the accuracy numbers and put them into that file. So let's make sure this actually works. I'm going to run this block of code. And you'll see here that accuracy.csv file was created. Awesome, thanks Copilot. Let's go back to the notebook here. I'm going to X this out. Next up, I want to import matplotlib since we need to draw that bar chart. And then we're going to import pandas instead of NumPy here. And we're just going to see Copilot do its magic at this point. It pretty much knows what I need to do and plot a bar chart, because that's what we want to do here. And then you'll hopefully see how Copilot recommends the next lines of code to me. What happened, Copilot? Let me just do this again. Oh, there you go. 1 second. Let us try again, since I really want y'all to see this. This worked for me, guys. This is just the demo doing it. Trust me. All right. And that's it. OK, that's OK. No worries. We can just move ahead instead of trying to. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Copilot. A little late, but there it is. So yeah, I can effectively just hit tab, right, and complete those lines of code without having to worry about the syntax to go figure out how to plot that bar chart. Let's again run this block of code to make sure it looks good. And there you go. I have this bar chart created for me within a few seconds. And I can focus on optimizing the model, focusing on the business logic, think about how I productionize this notebook, from my dev environment ultimately to production. Now, talking about productionizing it, the other thing I love to highlight is that this is a fully configured IDE, which means in addition to working with your notebooks, updating cells, running them, you also have access to a terminal, a debugger, so that you can think about how you would move this notebook ultimately into production. So let's do some code refactoring here, right? Something that you would probably do in your day-to-day. Let's head back to this second step here, where we were creating the model, right? This is the crux of our notebook. So I'm going to copy paste pretty much this function here, and we are going to create a source folder in my project. Inside of that, we are going to create 2 files. We are going to create a init.py file, and then we're also going to create a configure model.py file. And then inside that, we are going to paste all of these contents. I'm going to head back here. Probably we also need some of these imports. So let's move those imports as well. Let me just expand this. Let's add that. Let's also add import torch in here. Cool. And then we can head back to this notebook, probably get rid of this line of code from here. And then the one thing that I need to do real quick is I also need to set a Python path so that we can call into our module correctly. And in the interest of time, I do have that line of code copied to my clipboard here. So let's just try to paste it. OK, there you go. And then lastly, I need to simply import the model that we created, the configure.model.py. So we're going to say, oh, thanks to Copilot, I don't need to worry about that syntax. And at this point, I can essentially restart my kernel. So we can type in Control-Shift-P here, look for the restart kernel command, and restart the kernel. And then we can hit run all and make sure everything looks good. Now, in case you do come across errors here, you can always hit breakpoints, You can hit F5 and start a debugging session in this code space. And once you're satisfied with all of the changes that you've made in that refactoring process, you can simply head to source control, type in a message, let's just say refactor model, and commit it right from this environment and be done with this task end to end. So that's the power of configuration as code, where you can, with a one click, get into this environment, focus on the task, and just be done with it end to end, and then simply discard this code space and move on to your next task, if you will. All right, so now that we've seen this, let me continue telling you my story. Now, as I continued working on my project, right, I managed to get started, get it set up. I soon started running into out of memory, not enough cores on your machine type of errors quite often. Now, I will admit the data set that we were working on was quite large. Think of tens of thousands of rows. So it used to take us hours to just pre-process it and then do feature selection and so on and so forth. And then, of course, the model that we were working with was also super complex. So I remember we used to start our model training with that large data set in the morning and pretty much wait until end of the day to get some meaningful output. And just considering the complexity of the model and the size of our data sets, my laptop was just not powerful enough to handle that kind of workload efficiently. Now with code spaces, we no longer need you to worry about such scenarios at all. So you not only have access to this standard environment with config as code, but you can exactly tell us how much power you need to complete a given task. So you can select between a range of machine types, right from 2 core machines to 32 cores of CPU, and even a GPU SKU, which is currently in preview for all of your compute-intensive tasks, whether it is working with the largest data sets, the most complex models, doing AI inferencing, and so on and so forth. So we are actually going to see GPU code spaces in action now. So let's head back to a trimmed version of the very popular Stable Diffusion project. I'm sure some of you are already familiar with this one. Now, one of the prerequisites for the Stable Diffusion model is that it requires a GPU SKU, primarily because it's a very complex model and the data set that it's trained with is also quite large. So I already have this code space that's powered by a GPU created for me. This first cell block here actually checks if the GPU is present. So let's hit run here, and you'll say that it in fact says GPU detected. Awesome. And then for context, Stable Diffusion is a text-to-image diffusion model where it's trained with a large data set of images. And then as users, we can supply it with a text prompt, and you'll see you can get very creative with these text prompts. And then the model will go run and find a fun image and the most relevant image for you. And I will say I haven't been disappointed so far. So let's use this opportunity to try one more text-to-image conversion. Since we've been talking about birthday cakes, you know what? Let's say a photograph of a pigeon, if I can spell pigeon, eating a birthday cake. Because y'all, are we going to see that in real life? I don't think so. So let's have a model do it for us. And you'll see that it runs super fast, looking through those images that it is loaded with, and hopefully it should show us an image here. Oh, there you go. That is a very realistic pigeon sitting on a cupcake, but I'll take it. It's fun. Awesome. All right, so now that we've seen GPU code spaces, let me continue telling you my story. Now, I'm sure as developers, all of us have our favorite or preferred IDEs, tools that we enjoy working with, right? This is actually a picture of my team back then when we had an opportunity to tour one of the Cummins warehouses. We saw how engines were built and assembled in real time. It was an incredible experience. Now, in my team, I have personally come to love and learn VS Code. That's what I use today as well. But then I also had some team members who preferred working with Jupyter Lab. Some of them enjoyed working with PyCharm. Some of them just preferred SSH, right? Now, with code spaces, we really want to meet you where you are and provide you access to the tools, the editors that you love, that you enjoy working with. So with that, in addition to VS Code, which is the default editor for code spaces, we're also adding support for Jupyter Lab, PyCharm, and other JetBrains IDEs. So we're again going to head back to the same Stable Diffusion model that we took a look at. And instead of VS Code, we are going to spin it up using JupyterLab. So there are a couple of ways you can go about it. The first way is using our GitHub CLI. So if you type in GHCS Jupyter and hit enter, that should give you a list of running code spaces that you have. The one that I want is Stable Diffusion. So let's go there and hit enter. And within a few seconds, we'll basically spin up JupyterLab in your browser. There you go. As that loads up, the other way to go about this is if you click on this green code button here, go to the code space, then we've added this Open In tab where you can select from a wide range of IDEs, and JupyterLab is, again, one of them, right? Now, let's head to this JupyterLab instance here. Hopefully, it shows up if the demo gods are with me. If not, then we should try this option, but let's give it a few minutes here. Or maybe we can also open it up with this and see if this works for us. All right, it says it's connecting. Yeah, connecting to forwarded port. Maybe I'll get rid of this then. And come on. Let's see here. I mean, if this does not work, we're going to try the GHCS Jupyter command one more time, because I have faith, you guys. All right, let's try again. Let's just, I'm going to close my command prompt. We're going to open it again, and I'm going to type in GHCS Jupyter. I mean, this experience is in beta, so we would love feedback. This is, let's see. Come on. See if it shows up this time. Oh, maybe not. All right, maybe we can get a video in, and I can still show it to you, because I'm excited to show JupyterLab support. Let's do that. Let's get a video. All right, so you'll see that that's the Stable Diffusion project right there. I can type in GHCS Jupyter, and that should show us a list of existing code spaces, as we saw there. I can just hit enter, and then that should open up my code space with JupyterLab within a few seconds. And I think I show a couple of other ways to also create and access the code space with JupyterLab. So let's take a look at that. So the first way is, as I showed you there, you can go to an existing code space, use the Open In option, and that should give you the Open In JupyterLab experience. The other one that I think show here as well is if you go to github.com/codespaces, you'll also see some of your code spaces show up there too. But anyway, right now, I'm going to restart the kernel and run all cells. And we're then going to go to github.com/codespaces. This is where you'll see all of the code spaces that you've created across different projects. And this is another place where you can open it up with JupyterLab. So if you'll see the Open In option there and the Open In JupyterLab command. All right, so let's head to that Stable Diffusion model. It's opened up in JupyterLab instance. It's still powered by a code space, and it's still using the same configuration that lives in my repository, if you will. So let's go ahead and try a different one, right? Let's say, I think this was a photo of a monkey scuba diving, if I'm not wrong, if I remember, if my memory helps me. And yes, there you go, that's the one. So let's run it, and hopefully we should see another fun text-to-image conversion with a GPU-backed code space in JupyterLab. Oh, there you go. That's nice. That's a very cute monkey. It's underwater. It's wearing a scuba dive gear. So that's an awesome, awesome one. All right, cool. Let us continue talking about my story now. Oh, that's another one. That's very right, that there were two models that I had in the demo. All right, can we switch to the deck? Awesome. Now, when there's a team, there is a ton of sharing and collaboration, right? Even today, when I come across an awesome notebook, I just can't wait to share it with my teammates or friends so that they can try it out as well. Now, with Codespaces, our mission is not only to get you up and running quickly, but to also enable quick sharing, collaboration with your team, or just the community as we all learn and build products together. So with that, I'm going to share a sneak peek into something super exciting that we're working on. Before we play a pre-recorded video, let's assume that one of my teammates shared this fun notebook that they came across via Slack. So let's roll the video now. So I can click on that and open up the notebook with the github.dev web editor. At this point, I can look at all of the awesome notebooks that are part of that project. In addition to that, I can have access to this rich notebook editing experience. So I can make changes to the cells, or I can just explore this notebook. Now, what we're adding support for is the ability to also run this notebook directly from the web editor by connecting it to a code space. So you can specify exactly how much compute you need, and then we'll create a backing code space, start the Jupyter server, attach a kernel for you, so that you can run the cells right in this editor without losing any context. Now, this is an IP widgets samples library as you see it. So I can, once I hit run all, I can actually explore what a slider is and what a text box is, what a scroll bar is, and whatnot. So I can basically focus on exploring this notebook. Now, the awesome part is this entire repo is backed by a code space at this point, which means I can actually head to a different notebook in the same project and again hit run all to explore all of the other notebooks that are part of that project. So as I said, this experience is coming soon. We're working on it as we speak, but if folks would like early access, definitely come chat with us, and we'll share that information with you. All right. Now, since we're hearing my story, let me tell you one last one. As I was traveling to SF from Vancouver on the plane, I had some time to rehearse my talk, right? Just get all of it set up, test my demos. However, one thing that was missing, though, was that there was no Wi-Fi on the plane, which means I was not able to test my Codespaces demos with no internet connection. Now, this is where the dev containers extension was extremely helpful to get me up and running with a very Codespaces-like experience, but on my local machine instead. Now, the dev containers extension follows the same dev containers spec, which means once you have that configuration created in your repo, you can not only use it to create a fully configured code space in the cloud, but you can also use it to create a fully featured dev environment on your local machine. To highlight a few improvements that we are doing for that dev container spec, first up, we've opened the meta dev container spec so that it can be used across other editors and beyond development scenarios, including CI/CD, test automation, and more. The dev containers extension and the Codespace extension both follow the same dev container CLI. And the great news is that we are also open sourcing that dev container CLI so that any tool or anyone can contribute to it to make it work for your own needs. In addition to that, we also saw features when we looked at that CUDA feature in my previous demo. So you can not only take advantage of all of the existing features that we support you, but you can also create your own via OCI artifacts that are very much tailored to your own needs. Now, I know this is a lot of information, so if you type in containers.dev in your browser, you'll get all of this information. In addition to that, we are super excited to just get feedback on all of these things that are open source now. So if you would like to collaborate with us, please join the Dev Containers community Slack channel, and you should have all of the information right there. All right. Now, as we near the end of my talk, and since I started with a cake analogy, I would love to end with one too. As most of you might know already, Codespaces are rolling out as GA this week for all users. And as part of that, our cake to you is this free included monthly usage across free and pro plans that I highly encourage everyone to take advantage of. With that, there are some next steps that I want to end you with. There is a getting started guide that includes all of these repo links, so definitely check that out. If you would like to sign up to get GPU access in preview, that's the short link to fill out a form. And lastly, if you just want to stay up to date with everything that we are doing with Codespaces, you can subscribe to our roadmap. With that, I definitely want to thank everyone to be here and have a great rest of your day. Thanks all.
folks. My name is Nick Molnar. I am the Director of Product on CodeSpace, and I'm joined here today by my friend and colleague, Tanmai. And I'm really excited to get a chance to chat with her about how she's using CodeSpaces. Hey, Tanmai.
Hey, Nick. Nice to see you. As Nick said, I'm a Senior Product Manager on CodeSpaces, and super excited to be here. Nick and I have been working on CodeSpaces for a while, right? So what's on top of mind, Nick?
I mean, honestly, the thing that's top of mind is your session. You just came off of Mainstage. That was fantastic. So I'm wondering, how are you feeling about that?
Oh, it was an awesome session. Felt amazing to talk about how CodeSpaces is enabling users really embrace developer tools and processes to operationalize data science and ML. For context, CodeSpaces is a cloud-based service that enables you create one-click, fully configured dev environments in the cloud. And what I covered really in my session was more focused on how CodeSpaces could have accelerated some of the early parts of my career. And we looked at how CodeSpaces could help in scenarios that require you working with ML modules, ML libraries. We looked at the native Jupyter Notebook support, GPU support, which really makes CodeSpaces the best platform for, just complex models of deep diving into data and whatnot. So yeah, it was a great session.
Yeah, it was a great session. It was really cool to see how CodeSpaces can be the standardized solution for like traditional developers, but also like this new wave of data science and ML practitioners. So that was really cool. Thanks for sharing that. The other thing that's kind of top of mind is I'm a manager, and so when I see technology like this, I kind of start to think about, well, how do I roll this out to a team? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, so first and foremost, CodeSpaces is a very developer-focused product. What that means is we really want to ensure that developers are super comfortable as comfortable as they are in their local machine, and more productive when it comes to a code space, right? So that's where support for different IDEs, bring your own dot files, all of that comes into play. Now, when I speak to enterprises and organizations who think about rolling out code spaces to a large team, the very first question that comes to mind is, how do we ensure costs are under control and that these environments are compliant and secure?
Yeah.
That's where we've added support for policies that can be applied for these code spaces when you create them for organization-owned repos.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. It's important to kind of have buy-in from the developer, but kind of the layers up the organization as well. So with some of these policies, like, do you have some examples of some of them?
Yes. So we have policies for cost control. You can think of admins can set which machine types can be used while creating our-own code spaces.
Oh, I got it. So like they can say, like, this is the hardware spec that you get for working on this project. We want to make sure you have a great experience. Boom, there you go.
Exactly, you got it. So that helps keep costs consistent. In addition to that, we have policies around compliance and security. So admins can set an idle time for code spaces. They can set a retention policy for code spaces. They can also set an allow list of base images that can be referenced when you create a code space for org-owned repos. So those are some of the policies that are really enabling orgs scale up confidently, and we're really excited to see that uptake.
Interesting. So I used to live in New York, and I was a consultant there, and I worked for all of these different big companies. I got exposed to a lot of them very quickly, and every one of them had like their own unique quirks about how they had to do compliance or tracking or integration with existing systems. Do policies help with that?
Yes, absolutely. So policies do work for a majority of our customers. And in addition to that, we also have added support for APIs to really help, give them a set of management operations that they can use to integrate code spaces into their existing workflows. So that also helps with really bringing code spaces into your ecosystem, in addition to ensuring costs are under control and that compliance is being met.
Gotcha. It sounds like the policies make the easy things easy, and then APIs and CLI integration make the hard things kind of possible.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, another one of the things that I remember from my days of consulting were these really kind of gnarly code bases, legacy code bases, where maybe there was multiple repos that I had to stitch together on my machine to build the app, or multiple apps in one repo.
Yeah.
How does CodeSpaces handle those kinds of scenarios?
Yeah, so CodeSpaces supports a complex range of scenarios. I mean, GitHub.com is a great example, right? We have a huge monolith with a bunch of services in a single monorepo. And then as we've grown as a company, we're trying to remove some services into their own repos, which puts us into this multi-repo scenario. So we have two solutions there. For monorepos, we have added the ability to create multiple dev containers for a single project. So with that, when a developer requests for a code space, they can select which container configuration they want to select while creating it. And then for multi-repos, we've added the support
to specify in your dev container as to which repositories this configuration should interact with. So once a code space is created, we do stitching of the repositories, we do token management, and the developer can simply clone into those projects, push back into the repos that they want, and really be productive end-to-end there.
Gotcha. Yeah. That sounds great. Yeah, I remember working on one of these code bases in particular. That was this mono repo. And this is a few years ago. This is right around the time where we were switching to Git from SVN. And part of the reason why we did that is because creating a branch on that huge code base took forever. Like, time to take a lunch break, I have to create a branch amount of time, right? And so when we switched to Git, creating those branches were cheap and fast. Now, I know Codespaces is on GitHub, and so it leverages Git.
Yep.
Does that mean I have no performance concerns there for large repos?
Now, you're right. Git does make checking out branches super fast. But I would love to highlight that Codespaces is a fully featured IDE, right? So when you look at complex code bases and you want to create an IDE for it, typically, there are too many tasks that you need to clone the project, you need to install a bunch of dependencies, run a bunch of scripts, so it can take a while.
Yeah, you're right. As a code base grows in complexity, I guess it does get more and more dependencies over time.
Correct. So we are partnering with GitHub Actions there to come up with a workflow that runs on a nightly basis, for example, and pre-builds your code space for you. So it pre-executes all of those complex tasks up front. And when a developer requests for a code space, they have access to it within seconds, regardless of how complex or large your code base is. So yeah.
I mean, that pre-building thing, that sounds valuable for even some of my small side projects, just like some simple projects.
Absolutely. Yes, we do recommend all repo admins to check it out. You can enable pre-builds by going to your repo settings. You can set it up for a branch and also decide how often that workflow runs, whether it is nightly or on every push and so on and so forth. So it's up to you.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, I know for me, NPM install takes a lot longer than clone these days. So
yeah,
pre-building that would be fantastic. So speaking of admins, is there anything else that they need to know kind of from your experience chatting with orgs and enterprises?
Yeah, for sure. So any org admins listening here, you can enable code spaces by going to your org settings. You can set it up for select members, all members, or even outside collaborators if you have a bunch of contractors, onboarding for a short period of time. You can also set a spending limit in addition to the cost control policies to manage budgets. And then if you are an individual who's not part of an organization, we just announced that Codespaces are rolling out GA this week with up to 60 hours of free included usage.
That's
so
awesome.
yeah, definitely take advantage of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's really never been a better time to try Codespaces. So go head over to github.com/codespaces and give it a try. So hey, great job on Mainstage. Thanks so much for running over here and taking the time to chat with me and share kind of what we learned in the ML space, how organizations are adopting code spaces, and how really it can change the way that you do open source on nights and weekends, but also the way that you're working 9 to 5 with the support of your organization and code spaces. So thanks for coming, Tanmay.
Absolutely. This was
I appreciate
fun.
you so much. Have a good one.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to those of you who are joining us in person in San Francisco and virtually around the world. My name is Walker Chabot, and I'm the Product Marketing Manager for Code Scanning here at GitHub.
And I'm Pavel Avgustinov, VP of Engineering, responsible for GitHub security products. I joined GitHub about 3 years ago with the acquisition of Semel, which I co-founded, and which still forms the basis of our code scanning product.
I think it would be wise to start with an introduction of SAST. For those of you who might not be familiar, SAST stands for Static Application Security Testing, sometimes also referred to as static code analysis.
Right, and the word static here is used in contrast with dynamic analysis, which would observe program execution. So when we do static analysis, we do not execute the program, but rather we reason about its source code.
So with static analysis, we can inspect code for patterns that indicate common vulnerabilities.
Exactly. And with CodeQL, the approach is that we create a database containing everything you might want to know about the source code, and then we execute analyses against it as queries. And so the semantic analysis engine that powers code scanning is just that.
Awesome. Well, what's the story behind CodeQL? You know, what was the inception of it? How did it come to be?
Oh, it's been a long time. So it came about as a spin-out from the University of Oxford, almost 15 years ago, I guess, at this point. And we started out kind of in the space of code analytics, code analysis, worked through code quality and bug findings, various other static analysis applications. There's kind of a fun story with an early customer of ours, the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab.
Wow.
I think some of them are here at GitHub Universe, actually, so give them a wave. Hey, folks. So when the Mars Curiosity rover was traveling to Mars, that's a long journey. That's like 7 months of plummeting through space. And I don't know if you remember, they had this really complex way of landing it, a parachute, a sky crane with boosters, lowering it down on a big rope. And they were testing the code while it was going through space. Right. And as one does, as a developer, they found a bug, like a crashing bug in the landing module. And so we got an angry phone call saying, hey, why didn't you help us track this down? We're like, well, sure, but none of the other tools you used did. And so we said, can you tell us what the problem was? And they described it to us. And within a couple of hours, we'd written a query in CodeQL to capture that problem and send it across. And they ran it against the code. It flagged the original problem, but it also flagged a number of other instances, another 3 instances in the same landing module and others elsewhere.
Wow.
So they were able to fix those, and we got permission to talk about the story as long as the landing was successful, which it was, fortunately. So it's been great fun working with those folks. And so from then, we kind of pivoted a little bit more to security analysis, because that's actually the space where you really benefit from having custom and customizable analysis. It's an arms race, right? You're always getting vulnerabilities coming in, and you need to find them. You need to adapt your tooling to respond to whatever has been dreamed up by, the bad guys. And so we started working with the Microsoft Security Response Center, actually, and they were great partners. From there, we branched out to every other big tech company with a security response team, and ultimately, this led to joining GitHub, which has been a really great cultural fit, right? At Semel, we always wanted to secure the software that runs the world,
right?
And that really meshes with GitHub's mission to, be the home for all developers and secure the world's software as well.
Awesome. Awesome. So it's clear a lot has changed since the inception of CodeQL. I'd like to take a moment to talk about what matters in a SaaS solution. There are 3 key considerations that we typically like to think about: completeness, accuracy, and speed. Let's first talk about completeness.
Sure, and there's a couple of aspects here. So on the one hand, and this is an advantage of static analysis in general, completeness can mean actually analyzing all the possible execution paths, the entire source code, everything about it. Again, contrast to dynamic analysis, where you have a particular execution, a particular flow of the code through the program that you're observing.
Right.
Here, we're trying to capture all possible behaviors. Completeness is also about having a good enough picture about the threat model that you're operating in. What are the APIs that matter? Where does network data come into the system? What are the sensitive points where you don't want attackers to be able to reach?
Right.
And finally, of course, it's also about just supporting all the code that we want to analyze, all the languages that people use, all the new versions of those languages, because people keep making them better and bigger. And of course, we have to keep up with all that. But yeah, it's all in good fun.
Awesome, awesome. So what about accuracy? How do we think about that?
Oh man, well, the key thing to realize is false positives are a killer, right? And that's been the problem with static analysis for a long, long time.
Right.
When you present results to the developers, they're going to look at the first three. If they're bogus, they'll never look at your tool again. So you've got one shot. And so we've really focused on having super precise analysis, high quality results that are actionable, that apply to your code. And we think this is where CodeQL shines, because it's customizable and it's easy for us to iterate on the analysis. We can easily respond to particular cases that arise. Maybe an API changes and something becomes a false positive, or we haven't considered something. We can quickly fix that and keep making the analysis better. We also try to pull the community into this, because all the analyses are open source on GitHub. Another aspect of accuracy, of course, is false negatives. How do you know that you're actually capturing a meaningful number of the vulnerabilities that are in there? And we can never give you a guarantee, right? That people will always find vulnerabilities that you haven't thought about. But we do try to track the effectiveness of our analysis against real-world vulnerabilities. So we will look at the stream of public CVEs, and we'll check how many of those our analyses flag. And often, that's one of the best ways of improving the analysis. If you see something that we expected to flag, but we didn't, well, why not? What's missing? What do we need to add? And it's led to some great improvements over the years.
Awesome, awesome. So last one, speed. This is an interesting one.
We're developers. I mean, what can I say? If it's not fast, I'm not going to use it. You're not going to use it, right? But what is fast? I think, the key criterion is it has to be fast enough to integrate in the developer workflow. And we believe a sweet spot for that is in the pull request flow. And so you can think of it as, well, as a baseline, it should be as fast or faster than the human review you get, right?
Right, you would hope so.
The humans shouldn't wait for the machines. But, of course, that's not always possible. Speed can also be about scalability. We do a lot of work with Microsoft, and Windows is probably the biggest C++ code base in the world. And analyzing that thing is always going to take many hours, right? But the key is, in that context, speed means you actually are able to scale, to not break when you look at 180 million lines of C++. You actually still give useful analysis results on that code base.
Awesome, awesome. Well, now let's talk about code scanning. So code scanning allows for CodeQL's results to integrate directly into the developer's workflows by populating right in GitHub. This means that developers are able to see vulnerabilities at the code level and with every single pull request. This allows them to easily find and fix vulnerabilities early in the development process.
Exactly, and that's our philosophy, right? Security tools should be at developers' fingertips. And code scanning, or CodeQL, you can think of as having an extra security reviewer on the team who's just going to look at every PR you submit and just flag problems that you might be introducing. And they appear just like any other pull request feedback that you might get from your teammates. Right? So you can see them on the pull request view, you can discuss them, what's going on here, is it wrong, is it right, how do I fix it, is it fixed? Of course, when you do actually fix it and you push the fix, we'll recognize that and dismiss the comment. So it's the right point to integrate security tooling. And code scanning in general actually acts as a platform for other static analysis too. We allow dozens of open source and partner engines to integrate into the developer workflow in the same way as we do with CodeQL as our in-house analysis tool.
Yeah, I mean, code scanning allows you to bring in results from other application security solutions like DAST or container scanning tools.
You could do that, absolutely.
Wow. Very cool, very cool. So looking back on the past year, what were some of the highlights of code scanning?
I mean, the team's done so much great work, it can be hard to pick favorites. There's a few that stick in mind. We ship the feature that we call developer-friendly alerts, which is the pull request integration I've been talking about, presenting it right there in the flow rather than hiding it in a separate tab. And we've seen huge benefits from that just in terms of engagement, in terms of how people react, how people, even notice the alerts.
Right.
It's easy to overlook something that's hidden away in another tab. Another one is, the CodeQL engine keeps getting better. We talked about speed.
Right.
And so before GitHub Universe, I asked the team to pull some numbers on, how we're doing against last year. The engine itself, running the same analysis, is 25% faster today.
Wow.
And this is just the start. We still have, lots of improvements that we're going to make, but that's key. And then on kind of reach of the analysis and on completeness, as we spoke about before, we are declaring general availability for Ruby at GitHub Universe this year, and we're adding support for more programming languages that matter to our users and to the open source community. So the key ones are Kotlin and Swift, which are kind of the big mobile app ecosystems. They're on the way. We expect to have betas in the next couple of months or quarters. We'll see how that goes. There's also been a whole bunch of work just making it easier for security researchers to share their work through CodeQL. So we've improved the packaging story, we've improved the tooling that they use to write queries, we've improved the way that you can model API endpoints, and there's just so many things that are going on in CodeQL. I'm super excited about this work.
Awesome, awesome. Anything else you can tell us about what's coming up? Obviously, you mentioned Kotlin and Swift, which are very, very exciting, but anything else?
There's lots. Again,
I love it.
I want to go back to the speed aspect. So the faster it is, the better. We're exploring all sorts of ways of improving reliability and speed of the analysis. Part of that is the engine. Part of that is the tools that extract data and put it in the database. Part of that is, the surrounding tooling. Can we make it incremental? When we look at a pull request, can we only do work proportional to the diff rather than to the whole commit? There's actually some talks going on here at Universe about very early stage experiments from GitHub Next about what it would take to make even more of the engine incremental in that way.
Wow.
And then another really cool thing that we're focused on is ease of use and ease of adoption.
Yes.
Right? So one thing we're hearing from customers is, hey, it can be difficult to roll it out to all of my organizations. I need to commit a YAML file for the actions workflow. I need to maybe specialize it to my particular build. And so we're really thinking about how can we make that experience better? How can we just let you, as an admin, click, yes, I want to use CodeQL code scanning, and just enable it on every repository where it makes sense. Those are kind of things I'm, again, looking forward to over the next few months.
Wow. Very, very exciting. Well, thanks again for joining us. We hope you've learned a little more about code scanning, CodeQL, and application security as a whole. We encourage you to try out code scanning on all of your repos. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
Wow, has it started raining outside? That's a lot more people than I was expecting for the last one of the conference. Anyway, welcome to the very last session. Thank you for coming. My name's Martin Woodward. I work on developer relations at GitHub. Have you had a great conference so far? Has it been good? It's been good to be here in person, that's all. I hope you've learned something new, you've met some new people, you've done some networking. So whether you're joining us online or if you're here in person, we're going to get started. So today, we're going to talk about the Octaverse report. It's now available online on the GitHub website, so feel free to go take a look at it. The Octaverse report we announce, we do every single year to kind of really dig in and look at the data of what's been happening on GitHub, and then by extension, drawing sort of correlation to what's happening in the general open source ecosystem. So that's what we're going to do today. Are you ready? Are you ready for some graphs? Okay. I'm going to try and make tables look fun for you now, okay, folks? So bear with me while I tap dance a little bit, okay? Right, as Thomas was saying in his in the keynote yesterday, that first commit to GitHub was 15 years ago now. And we're actually celebrating another milestone here today at Universe. Today, it's actually my honor to wish a happy 10th birthday to the Octaverse report. Woo! Look at those fireworks. Somebody did an amazing job. That's awesome. Great. Right. Since 2012, actually, we've been reporting on this state of the Octaverse report because we are in this really privileged position of being able to see what the wider trends are happening, see the data coming in from open source projects, and really bring those to our customers from this unique viewpoint that we have and that we're privileged to have here at GitHub. One of the things that's always been amazing to me, and I've been a fan of the Octaverse report since it first came out in 2012, one of the things that's been amazing to see is just the phenomenal growth of the community on GitHub. We keep seeing the number of developers coming to GitHub just accelerating year over year. From that first commit on the GitHub code back in 2007, October 2007, if you'd asked me back then, like how many developers are there in the world, I'd have probably said around about 12 million. I've no idea if that's true or not, but that's what I used to tell people back in like 2007. And I used to work in developer tools back then. Like it was kind of my job to know these things, but that's roughly what we thought. Clearly, there's a lot more than that. GitHub grows by more than that every single year now. So, there's something interesting happening here. In fact, as Thomas mentioned yesterday, today there are over 94 million developers on GitHub. 94 million! That's mind-boggling. That's like astoundingly big number. So we, as humans, we're just terrible at big numbers. To try and put that into perspective, I was going to figure out how many elephants that would take in the Carnegie Hall or something. But how about this? If we take the entire population of California, Texas, and Florida, if you combine them, that's actually less than 94 million. This is a picture of where I live, taken from space. This isn't live. If it was live, you'd just see clouds, to be honest. Because I live in Northern Ireland, just up there. And if you take the entire population of the UK and Ireland combined, that's still 20 million less people than are in this picture here. So it's 94 million is a lot of people. And that's a huge responsibility for us here at GitHub, and one we all feel hugely, but it's just mind-blowing. So, as I say, clearly something's going on here, what's happening with developers in the world. What I think is happening is what we used to think of who could be a developer, what their background is, what they do for a job, where they come from. That's all changed dramatically in those 10 years since we first started doing the Octaverse report. In 2012, the largest community of open source developers was, it's in the US and kind of parts of Western Europe. There were some populations elsewhere. Asia had a big community. But broadly speaking, it was kind of those areas where we were talking about in terms of the raw numbers. But today, if we look at numbers, we can see huge changes in terms of growth, where these developers are coming from across the whole globe. And as you heard this morning did you check out Stormy's keynote this morning? Yeah. As you heard this morning in Stormy's keynote, we see these communities working together on open source projects, and they're all like, they're coming together for the good of the entire planet, which is amazing. So when we take a look at the entire global population, we can see, map out hotspots across the globe. In a minute, I'm going to start shouting out places. So if there are people in the audience from these places, feel free to give a whoop or whatever, represent your audience. And definitely online, I want people to be tweeting when they hear their country mentioned, okay? So you see bright spots everywhere, as you can see on this graph, this picture. And we're actually continuing to see open source is kind of helping democratize access to technology. It's helping countries make their mark on the global stage. One country that's massively made its mark in the past 10 years is India, okay? India is now truly a powerhouse of software development and of software innovation. We see lots of highly regarded universities and technical colleges in India. I'm sure many of you have got colleagues who work in India and are based there. And there's this ready, high-tech sort of jobs market that's there now. This was it was initially driven by a lot of the GSIs, the global systems integrators, which meant that we had more and more students coming out of these technical colleges in India and taking formal computer science qualifications, taking formal IT qualifications, and then they knew there was a ready jobs market for them to go to in the industry. And in fact, we have seen increasing investments from these large GSIs into open source over the past few years. We're definitely seeing that. But what we're also seeing is this new wave of entrepreneurial startups coming from India, many of them powered by open source. Nathri, in the keynote yesterday, talked about how we did the grants program in India, and then people have taken those and built open source businesses based in India. And we're actually seeing this new wave of students and entrepreneurs, but the students are using open source to learn and to cut their teeth on what it's really like contributing to a global technical community. I don't know if you've you've done your formal sort of computer science training. I actually didn't do computer science. I did a degree in physics, so what do I know? But anyway, all I know from talking to computer science folks is they all hate those group projects, because you're working great, and then you go do a group project, and all of a sudden you have to work with other people, and that's a nightmare. So these people and these students are actually using open source projects to learn what it's really like to work in a distributed global technical community, and we see people hungry to learn and very, very keen on improvement there. So, you can forget that kind of, I used to think 12 million number that I used to think, but the total population. India alone now has got nearly 10 million developers working on open source. 2.5 million developers from India joined GitHub in the last year alone. 2.5 million. So at that rate of growth, India could well have more developers in 2025 working on open source than actually America has today. They're catching up fast. India is on track to position itself as kind of the global leader in open source innovation as it's continuing today, with all the people that are contributing. And actually, it's not just India where we see this huge growth. If we look in LATAM, we see that Brazil continues to dominate when it comes to the total. Yay, represent. I knew there'd be one because there are 3 million developers in Brazil. That's the number that they've broken through. It's amazing. And when it comes to this total developer population, we see that growing substantially. When we also see, as well as kind of Brazil and the powerhouse there, we're seeing open source breaking into a lot of the Spanish-speaking LATAM countries, from Argentina to Colombia to Chile. And they're all now topping the charts in terms of people coming into open source. We saw all of these grow by, a third, well over a third in some cases, just in 2022 alone. Now then, in Africa, we see Nigeria. Oh, come on. I know there are people from Nigeria in the conference. Right, I'm going to find you this evening. I'm going to have a word. Well, Nigeria continues to be the engine of open source, and we're seeing massive growth and this amazing new group of entrepreneurial developers that are growing, that are learning, and the growth in Nigeria actually continues to be accelerating, well over 500,000 now. See that? 70% growth nearly in Nigeria. That's insane. Now, Morocco, who many of us have worked with, a lot of Moroccan-based developers, it's got a very large and very well-established technical community. It continues to grow, but we're seeing that's getting outstripped, really, by this growth in Nigeria that we're seeing. And then we see around Nigeria, we've got Kenya and Ghana. Their tech communities are growing very, very rapidly, too. In fact, it didn't fit on my slide here, but just off this chart, we saw 60% growth in Ethiopia, which is crazy. Now, it's still got a little ways to go before it catches up to Ghana, but it's rising fast at that rate, and it's fantastic. Open source is helping bring new developers into technology. It's helping create the next wave of entrepreneurs and businesses as well. Access to the technology, though, it's still, far from equal. The exact same laptop you can walk down the street and go purchase from the Apple Store, it costs a lot more in Nairobi than it does in New York, okay? The exact same machine. And the medium incomes between those cities is vast, it costs, it's not a good situation. So the people are paying more for technology, and also bandwidth, while it's improving rapidly, especially, cellular bandwidth, it's still more expensive to get in a lot of these countries. It's harder to get, and it's a lot less reliable than it needs to be. But despite all those disadvantages, we see a huge appetite for growth, and there's just no shortage of talented developers in those countries wanting to make a difference to the world, wanting to contribute on the global stage. In fact, we saw, across the world in 2022, we saw a growth in open source contribution from every single continent on the planet except one, Antarctica. Now, Antarctica's the bane of my life, okay? Every year when we're organizing this conference, I talked to Adam Walden, who's around. I want to do a thing where we have live people come from every single conference, every single continent. I want to be the person that gets sent to Antarctica. I want to be there with penguins and talk about open source. I don't know, I'll make up some sort of story. It'll be amazing. Sadly, we haven't done that yet. But there's always been this small population of developers in Antarctica. Now, I'm a bit of a nerd, if you hadn't already noticed, okay? And I kind of always assumed that this was just a bug, to be honest, in our, sorry, I'll pronounce that in American, hang on a minute, a bug? A defect, how about that? An issue, okay. I always thought that was a problem with our, our IP geolocation databases, really, Antarctica? So, but then in 2021 to 2022, we saw a decline in total population, which I didn't understand. And then, now, admittedly, it's a handful. There weren't that many people in Antarctica anyway. It was just a small handful of people who were no longer in Antarctica. But, I don't know, I kind of can't let problems go. So I dug in. I had a look at what organization they were contributing to in open source. I thought, oh, that's interesting. So I gave them a call. Turns out they were on this boat. In 2021, they were part of the Australian Antarctic program, and they were actually in Antarctica, they were part of this, the Australian Antarctic program, conducting research into krill in the seas around Antarctica. In fact, this paper that they've recently published is all about measuring the abundance of krill. So on this particular, this particular rabbit hole I went on, I sort of started reading all about their research on krill, and well, it might not sound that interesting. Actually, it's really important, it turns out, according to this paper, because sorry, I'll get back to the script in a minute. It's about the food chain of sort of, and it's like a leading indicator of ocean health and as many of the species that are based actually, like the large mammals and things like that and whales and stuff. Measuring krill population helps them detect the health of the large mammals in the sea. So cool research. And as you saw in the keynote this morning, actually, more and more science is being done on GitHub. This mission, in many ways, was very, very, very similar to the science missions you've heard about this morning, from flying helicopters on Mars, taking pictures, of the earliest moments in the universe. When you look at the deep field image, you are looking back in time at the creation of the universe. They're using the James Webb Space Telescope to search for habitable planets in other solar systems. All that science is happening in the open. This team were actually analyzing raw data, and it was kind of like a DevOps way of working, to be honest. They're analyzing the data from the ship in Antarctica, and they're sharing that data in real time. See, I can pronounce data in American as well. They can take that data and share it in real time with a larger community of researchers back home in Australia and actually Japan and places. And then together, they work on the data that they're using, and using GitHub and using open source, the scientists collaborate, and they really kind of push the boundaries. That they're bringing the knowledge of our planet forwards. So anyway, I'm a bit of a rabbit hole. Sorry. If you want to know more about this mission, if you go search up the Tempo voyage, you can go read all about it. They've got some, great research. They messed up my stats a little bit, if I'm honest, so I'm a bit annoyed with them. But actually, you're never going to meet a nicer bunch of people. So thanks, if you're watching online, for taking my phone call. I really love my job. It's amazing the people that will answer your phone when you say you work at GitHub. It's brilliant. Okay, right. So I'm looking forward to reading more about their papers from their 2021 mission. And in fact, there's one that they're doing. It was digging into the language of whale song. So while the language of whale song isn't going to be topping the charts anytime soon, in the past 10 years, look at that for a transition, okay? Right, in the past 10 years, we've seen big changes in the programming languages. I'm back to the script now, but we're good. I'm back in the changes of programming language that we see when publishing to public repos on GitHub. So now if we take a look at this graph, I'm just going to navigate you on this graph. If you see, if we take TypeScript, you can see it's flat and then goes up around about 2017 and then up to where it is at number 4 in the charts. JavaScript, number 1 all the time, big dog. And then you've got Python that's gone up and so on. Does that make sense? So considering the amount of code that's published to GitHub every single year, one of the remarkable things about this is actually how stable it is, really. As developers, we're kind of willing to declare technology is dead quite often, just because the cool kids aren't talking about it. And in fact, when we look at this, the real changes you can see are C++ and PHP kind of flip places. And it happened last year, but look at that renewed growth in shell scripting, of all things. Pushing it, and now it's ahead of straight C, and it's not because straight C's gone down, shell usage is going up. And before the age of GitHub, shells like C++ and C, that was kind of the majority of open source contribution, really. So that's a big change. JavaScript obviously continues to dominate. We've seen this huge rise in Python over the past 10 years, and as we've been reporting about the programming language changes and things, we see Python getting used everywhere. We see it on data science, space science, the biggest clusters in the world, on those little hackable conference badges that the cool kids got. A few of those, some of us, who scored one of those build badges, by the way, the hackable ones? Okay, aren't you lucky? Right. A few of them got some there. Python, it just continues to be this, this fantastic general purpose language. So it's really easy for developers to pick up. And one of the things I really love about the Python community, actually, is it's got this massive, it's just a really great, welcoming, diverse community to get involved in. And it's a great place for cutting edge science. So it's great to see, Java still going strong. I actually started out my career as a Java developer, and the reason I'm standing here on this stage today is actually because I got involved in the early Java community, so open source community. So yeah, anyway, right. We've seen TypeScript too has been, it's been growing. It kind of shows the need for a more strongly typed JavaScript, especially in large teams. I'll just do a quick funny, if you can bear with me. I'll do it, it's graphs. Graphs are cool. Funny story about TypeScript. I actually used to work at Microsoft with a few people, but I remember vividly the day that Amanda Silver and Anders Hallsberg came to my door, and they wanted to release this, new strongly typed flavor of JavaScript, and I agreed to help them. TypeScript is actually, I created the GitHub org back for Microsoft in 2014, and that TypeScript was the reason I created that org actually. But I remember, when they were talking to me, thinking, yeah, right, okay, Microsoft, okay, sure, that'll never catch on. But I'll let them do it, I helped them, and what do I know? Hey, that shows you what I know. So, right, another language that has been really on the growth has been C#. And if you look at the graph, you can actually see where .NET went from a closed to an open source ecosystem by the growth in C#. Over the many years that we've been doing this Octaverse report, and that's how the change in open source has helped that language and that platform, and it's had a huge impact on its popularity. So I'm a developer, as I mentioned. I want to dig in a bit deeper below the usual top 10 and see what the fastest growing languages of 2022 might be, and maybe who might make the list in 2023. So if we have a look at this, Interestingly, when we look at the number of developers, this is by the number of developers pushing changes for different languages. We see some of the cool kids here, like Rust and Go, Lua, she's gone, woo, yeah, Kotlin. All those on the rise. But yeah, look at this, super cool kids. HCL. The #1 growing language on GitHub right now is HCL. And believe it or not, Shell's there, as I mentioned. 1.1 million, up nearly a third of people. So this isn't like pushes. This is the number of people pushing that language to open source repositories on GitHub. Shell, on the list of growth languages in what year is it? 2022. I know it's been a long week, but yeah, 2022, sometime, I don't know. So what's going on? What's happening here? So things like Terraform, they've been really helping, open source project, they've been helping the rise of popularity of HCL for a while. But Shell, it's not exactly new, It's been there as long as the open source technology's been there. So this kind of actually takes me to one of my top 3 takeaways as I read through the Octaverse report this year. We're seeing this rise of infrastructure of code, of GitOps. A lot of what more traditionally had been kind of the domain of open source teams, ops teams. A lot of that domain has really been coming into open source and the open source ecosystem on GitHub. Traditionally, these groups have kind of been slower. I'm trying to think of the politest term. They've been slower to share their changes using version control at all, to be honest. But they've definitely not been as active in open source. And so as more and more traditional developers in those, the traditional programming language communities, like JavaScript and Java and C#, they've always been using open source. Some of the more ops teams haven't really. So we see this tremendous growth in HCL usage, in public repos. We see growth in Shell and Go. And that all points to infrastructure as code teams sharing more. We're seeing more and more people working on infrastructure as code, using GitHub to share their code with their community in the open. Kubernetes actually was one of the fastest growing communities on GitHub, and it's got a highly competitive field of cloud providers chasing those workloads. So we used to seeing that. Terraform's great if you combine it with, say, actions for CI and CD. You can get incredibly reliable deployments, incredibly reliable infrastructure as code, migrations and deployment pushes. So it's all just helping automate, deployments and things like that. In 2022, we're actually seeing some of the best practices of these high-performing DevOps teams. They're really making it into the mainstream audience now, in the mainstream open source audience. And it's great to see them kind of sharing it with the open source community as a whole. So yeah, right. That all takes me to my second point, which is when I look at this year's data, I see that once the preserve of kind of anti-establishment, I used to be, I'm an open source advocate my entire life. I've been a big believer in open source. I owe my career to open source. We see that these anti-establishment people, while we're kind of worried that when we see some of these larger companies getting involved in open source, we can actually see some of these big tech companies are actually creating some of the biggest communities that we have in open source. Honestly, to be honest, it's not just big tech that are doing this. We see every large, successful commercial software company now has an open source strategy. When we look at the top projects, though, by contributors, so this is the size of the community in 2022, we see significant influence here from big tech. In fact, if you look at it, Home Assistant there is actually probably the clear standout. Have you been, anyone Home Assistant? Anybody? Woo, okay. If you haven't been down this rabbit hole yet, you're all nerds as well. Home Assistant's like home automation. You plug a Raspberry Pi in, helps connect a bunch of stuff together. And now if you take it from me, especially during the pandemic, that Home Assistant, home automation rabbit hole is a deep one. You're going to be like automating everything, lots of tinkering, lots of fun hours. I could even tell you right now what temperature it is in my office, what the air quality is, how much oil we have left. It's all good. Anyway. So Home Assistant project, they've done a phenomenal job. They've welcomed people into the community. And for a project that really doesn't have any big tech sponsorship, some of the maintainers have formed like a company called Nabukaza, which sells hardware and some services around the project. But it's still really, it's not big tech. It's very much a volunteer-led community. And in terms of contribution, yeah, we see them doing really well. Right, we see my old company, Microsoft, doing incredibly well on this list. And in fact, to see so many people in their communities now, it's a huge validation of that shift they took back in 2014 when they created the TypeScript org. Azure documentation on the list of like one of the largest projects for any, largest contributors for any open source project. That's not something, that's not something I would have predicted either 8 years ago, if I'm honest. We see, Meta's investments in React have had, a huge impact on the open source ecosystem. Entire communities like Next.js, Material UI, and even like high growth startups like Vercel spawning out of that investment in the React ecosystem. And from Meta as well, PyTorch is growing really fast, but in terms of machine learning, the TensorFlow community, which is led by Google on there, that's saw massive growth in 2022 as well. And actually, speaking of Google, if you look, Flutter is at the top there. It's an open source framework for building mobile applications cross-platform. It's amazing. It's really, really popular. So, right, one last shout out actually to NixOS. It's going strong. It's a Linux-based community on GitHub, mostly outside of the influence of like larger tech companies and things, to be honest. But it's a project I kind of need to dig into more. I haven't played with it myself. A lot of the people I know, like the smart folks in the configuration as code community, they're definitely getting into it. A lot of people I respect. So yeah, that's a project I'm going to go look at. So what can we learn from these numbers that we want to apply to the businesses can apply to successful strategies when it comes to open source, when you all get back home and you want to have a successful open source strategy? The main lesson we see is that the communities thrive when they are part of the community they're in. So when companies shift their engineering teams from working behind the firewall to working outside, yeah? So making people inside the firewall follow the same processes, the same contribution processes as everybody else in that community. By doing that, while these companies have significant engineering teams working out in the open, the level of contribution they actually see from the open source community into their projects is, it's more than tenfold what the actual number of people they have working in the open is. So if you want to be successful, if you want to have an open source strategy that works, you really need to be part of your community. Don't just publish something over the wall to the community, be part of it. And again, I'm a long-term open source advocate. So the most reassuring thing for me about what we see with these large projects is it's actually bringing new people into our open source community. It's teaching a whole new group the skills that they need to learn to collaborate online and in open source. So despite this, some early skepticism, the data is really showing us that these commercially backed projects are bringing in more and more new people and more new people into open source. Rather than business killing open source, really, they're increasing the wider community's exposure to it. Not only do we see the most successful companies investing in their communities, we're also actually seeing them invest a lot more in what we call open source programs offices, OSPOs. They help advocate typically for the responsible use of open source inside a company. They also help the company invest in its open source dependencies. By our estimation, 30% now of Fortune 100 companies have an OSPO, to help guide their open source strategy. And if you want to learn more, actually, we've had some OSPO sessions at the conference this week. We've had a load of them online, so you can check those out. You can also dig into some community groups where many of them hang out, including the To-Do group. You can look them up. And Inner Source Commons is another cool group where these kind of OSPO people hang out. And I can say, from my own personal kind of lived experience, while these companies are investing in open source, we actually see that investment in open source changes their internal culture too. We see more collaboration in those companies. We see them get less siloed. That leads me actually to my final conclusion. You'd be glad to hear, as I'm the thing that's stopping the crew from going home. Open source and the open source community, it's stronger than ever. Okay, we're learning in the open. It's here to stay. It's clearly successful. We've got a long way to go. This global exchange of ideas that we've got, though, it's helping grow who we think of can be a developer. Does that make sense? It's helping grow what their background is, what they work on, where they live. It's not hyperbole, in fact, to say that we saw this morning, open source is advancing mankind. It's amazing. So in the past year alone, in fact, more than 20 million people from across the whole world have joined GitHub. 20 million just last year. Over 227 million pull requests were merged, in fact. And over 31 million issues closed. That's a lot of work. And that's not all just code contribution. That's, that's reporting bugs, that's finding defects, finding defects, there you go. That's doing work, and it's really kind of helping all these people work in the open, and that work in the open is now available for all of us to learn from, the entire world to learn from, to improve, and to contribute back. The pace of activity in the developer community, we just keep seeing it accelerating. Last year, we saw over 413 million contributions made to the open source projects on GitHub. I know, yeah. Yeah, go on then. Hey, sorry. It wasn't me, it was you lot. Anyway, right. The future's really bright when it comes to our pace of technical advancement. Our advancement just continues to accelerate. So, looking at this year's Octoverse report, my 3 big takeaways, apart from krill research, is fascinating, okay? My personal takeaways, as a fan of DevOps, it's just been wonderful to see this infrastructure as code community growing. It means more and more people are coming to open source, and we're sharing those best practices with other people to get them to learn and to understand. While it's great to welcome big tech into open source, it's also really encouraging to me personally that it means more and more people are secretly getting exposed to open source contribution for the first time. So that's awesome. And then it's just, from GitHub, it's a real privilege to be part of the growth of this open source community as a whole. But don't just take my word for it. If you want to take a look yourself, you can download the Octoverse report now. It's on the website. Please share with yourself, not with yourself, share with me, sorry, what your conclusions are. I'd love to hear about it. We make all the data available, so you can go take a look and tell us what you think our conclusions are. You can reach me at Martin Woodward on GitHub and on social. So it's been my honor to celebrate 10 years of Octoverse with you here today, and it's also my honor to close out Universe with you here today. Whether you're joining us in the world, wherever you are, I hope you had a fantastic conference. So I want to thank you for spending your time with us this week. Thanks for listening to me jabber on. Thanks for listening to this last session. And most importantly...
Well, hey, Universe 2022 Day 2. How good was that?
This is where things happen.
Day 2.
Exactly.
We build GitHub on GitHub. We live and die by it.
We've got incredible sessions happening all day today.
You, me, and everyone joining online, we're here because we understand the power of open source. We believe in its ability to change lives and shape the future.
Without the open source community, we would be missing the freedom and the ability to meet our needs.
Because of each of you, we're changing the world one line of code at a time.
By having open source projects, it makes it a lot easier for us to be able to share and collaborate. It has a huge impact on what we're able to do.
There are so many young developers out there with bright ideas. There is a lot that the community can contribute.
Today we're going to be talking about building an AI artist with GitHub Codespaces and Replicate.
The world depends on open source, and open source depends on you. Let's build from here together.
Pretty cool, if you ask me. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Universe. See you next year.
Well, hey, Universe 2022 Day 2. How good was that?
This is where things happen.
Day 2.
Exactly.
We build GitHub on GitHub. We live and die by it.
We've got incredible sessions happening all day today.
You, me, and everyone joining online, we're here because we understand the power of open source. We believe in its ability to change lives and shape the future.
Without the open source community, we would be missing the freedom and the ability to meet our needs.
Because of each of you, we're changing the world one line of code at a time.
By having open source projects, it makes it a lot easier for us to be able to share and collaborate. It has a huge impact on what we're able to do.
There are so many young developers out there with bright ideas. There is a lot that the community can contribute.
Today we're going to be talking about building an AI artist with GitHub Codespaces and Replicate.
The world depends on open source, and open source depends on you. Let's build from here together.
Pretty cool, if you ask me. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, universe. See you next year.